Oh, don't do that.
Wow.
That's not the vibe.
I haven't held back.
Aaron. I'm pretty sure that was Aaron.
What?
Yeah, it was Aaron.
Nonsense.
Ridiculous.
If it was
Adorable.
fucking Cody, it would have been the stupid tax thing. Don't.
Ridiculous.
I'm holding back. I'm not doing it. I'm holding back.
Felt you reaching for the button.
No, I was actually in the middle of recording other things because I'm waiting to get like another gem from you.
Oh, I see. Well.
Oh,
Oh,
I see.
no, don't tell me. No, I'm just gonna trust you didn't. All right. Welcome back to Nat19. This is the thing now. They've graduated from penis, as we all do, to harassing me
Never
with
penis.
quotes.
Happy new penis.
Happy new penis!
Happy new penis.
Happy new penis!
Happy no penis.
Hello.
I hope it works better than the last one.
Yep. Welcome back. This is the first game of 2022. Or as I've been affectionately calling it, 2020.2.
He's right.
Because I'm still getting over 2019.
Yeah.
That said,
Yeah.
we've returned with all these lovely people. And Carrie's even here.
I know. I'm terrible.
What are you doing here, you freak?
I should leave. I really should.
No, I love you.
Oh, I love you.
So real quick, I'm going to go ahead and roll this die to determine who's going to give us the recap. And then I'm going to disregard the result and tell Carrie to do it. Carrie, recap.
God damn it. I fucking died.
You can do better than that.
Yes,
Although,
like,
to be fair, there's not a whole lot to recap, but you can do better than that.
Yeah. Okay, we fought Heckin' Tribulation, and it was a whole heckin' time. Fucking, this was 2 weeks ago, so I'm trying to remember fucking details. Fucking, he ran right at Lexi, and she fucking got squished into a fine paste. And, oh, fuck. And then everybody was real sad, and fucking Nemric was like, I'm fucking stab, fucking die, and then he was all like, if I die, you won't get your friend back. Oh, too late, you've already stabbed me. Fucking Miriam was like, we should heal him, and then he was like, too late, I'm already ashes, sorry. Heckin'.
I'm already ashes.
Yeah. And then everybody was real upset. Avi beat the crap out of Miriam, saying it was all his fault that Lexi fucking died. And then Mother Tier was all like, y'all need to calm down. Like, it's okay. She's over there. She's at the Bastille. Y'all can just go get her. And it was like, okay, cool.
That was definitely the tone of that conversation.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. They'll let her out at 6. You can go pick her up at the front gate.
Y'all got bail money, right?
Her teacher
So
said
no bail money.
she was not sharing her crayons today, but I think she may have just been acting out because it was her first day.
Penis.
I was nervous.
I knew you got that. I knew.
Penis.
I knew.
Penis.
I could sense it in my soul.
I got the rare Logan penis.
Good for you.
A rare Logan peen. Awful. The worst.
Nat19.
Nat19.
Yes.
So Lexi's dead,
Yep.
and it's sad.
Yeah, sure. But what about this Logan penis?
Oh my god.
I need to be an angry bird, but it's too funny.
Oh my lord. I'm gonna put on spooky forest ambience. Alright. You guys, as of the end of the last session, Carrie, heckin', there's more stuff that happened last time. What happened at the end of last time?
Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, fuck, Lexi's all in jail, and Keaton was all like, hey, yo, what's up? And Lexi was like, you gonna let me out? And he was like, no. And wandered off.
Also, he's staying in Hanakune.
Yeah.
Lexi.
Also.
Right?
Indeed.
If you're looking for more than that, I ain't got it.
You guys wandered off out of the Akuma Kyofu. You emerged back out in the plains of Honokuni. I share the map with you guys again, so you know roughly where you are. There's not much else to say, apart from you guys have the floor.
Alright. Heck.
But give it back, because I need to walk on that later.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess.
It is currently, time.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta do it every game, Logan. God damn it.
So, what should we do now?
We move.
Head back to town and find out where this Bastille is.
Yeah.
We need supplies.
Mm-hmm.
We should.
Suppose you are right.
Some of us could use a rest.
Starts heading over to my horse.
Yeah, you're the only one who has a horse now.
Yeah.
That horse ran away.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind,
Damn.
you don't have a horse.
Damn.
But yours wasn't obliterated.
My horse is gonna
the-
live a long, healthy life in the death dimension.
Yeah.
He ran
Just see
into
it in the
forest,
background.
It's dead.
It's gone.
Just being carried away by a single crow.
They're ravens!
It's a regular size
so
raven.
funny. It's so powerful.
Oh my god.
Can't trust them. You can't trust ravens.
Nope, you can't.
Can't trust birds. No, yeah.
Can't trust
Not even
birds.
once.
They're an untrustworthy species.
Yeah.
They really are.
Especially crows.
Yeah, man.
What I've done.
Then I will just make sure all of my things are gathered and everything's going. We're gonna go to big town place. Good job.
100 years
This is
vestige.
Ghost, Lexi. Can you guys make sure you gather all my stuff too?
We
Oh,
did.
cool.
I have it in my bag of holding, baby.
Appreciate
We go.
Where do you go?
Back
Town.
to the city.
Back to Bochi? Alrighty, as you guys travel, slow, normal, or fast-paced, my friends?
Probably normal.
Alrighty, that makes sense. Are you choosing to move,
careful.
are you choosing to move in any particular way as you do so?
I'm making sure to like mark trees and stuff just to make sure like to try not to get lost.
Gotcha.
Obviously keeping an eye out, watching for people, just generally like scanning our surroundings.
Okay.
Just jotting down some notes and following
So you
after
guys-
tag very closely.
So you guys would have been more accurately on the edge of the forest, so you'd technically be about 1.5 miles away. So as far as travel goes, you'd be roughly maybe 9-10 miles. Or no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's true. About 9-10 miles. You can probably make it there in about 6 to 9-ish hours, depending on how you travel. Given that, is there anything you guys would like to do along the way? Anything in
Eat and
particular?
walk.
Eating. Good, good.
Yeah, Avi will pull out rations and she'll bump Fenris with her elbow. Eat something.
She'll kind of wordlessly take the food, look at it, and then start eating.
Alrighty. In that case, let's see. I need to, so you guys are going to take about that long. I need to roll some dice.
Oh,
No.
Oh.
Don't do that in
Just
this
let
game
us
of dice.
just leave us alone.
as,
Leave us alone.
as you guys begin wandering back, not a horse between you. Some of you injured. Those of you who want to deal with any kind of healing or anything, I recommend you deal with that now, because there will be no
I'm
rest along
fine.
the travel. You're fine. You, yeah, you are.
That's fantastic.
that's crazy. I still have full hit point.
That's
Yo, same.
Wow. Wow.
I'll wander over to Fenris and give her some lay on hands.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you, how many do I have? Got that many? Okay. I'll give you...
That many.
I'll give you 30.
Heck yeah.
My goodness, thank you. I'm also going to do a 3rd level heal, cure wounds, because ow. My bones.
My bony lungs.
No, I wanted to drag it.
You don't get to drag it.
There we go.
That's not your right.
Oh, shit. Yuck.
Alrighty. As you guys are moving, you guys travel, and just as you're cresting about the 6th hour, you are most of the way there, you start to hear a stomping noise. Very large footfalls, very slow, clumsy footfalls. Who has the... I get to ask this now. Who has the highest passive perception in the group?
Nemric.
It's Nemric?
It's
Oh,
absolutely Nemric.
I hate that we've immediately become used to it. I wanted you guys to be like, what's that?
I have a 19.
That's pretty good.
Oh, dang.
And I don't see
Gross.
shit.
Alrighty.
I have a 17.
Give me 1 second to grab something. You guys start to hear these large footfalls. As you pass through an area that is a bit more forested, a bit more trees around you. A lake passing by the side of where you are. A lake that is one of many that emerges from the Akuma Kyofu. You, Nemric, you're the first one to pick up on this sound of footfalls, crushing sticks, shuffling. It sounds like maybe 4 or 5 individuals. You can't quite tell. It seems to change in tempo, and you hear this guttural from the darkness beyond where you're able to see. And then it stops very suddenly. As it does, you hear just a very faint and then this horrific shriek lets out. This multi-tone sound of multiple creatures roaring as you see 4 figures begin charging at the group through the darkness. Coming within view, these are very large figures, with shambling bodies, shifting from side to side. As they run, you see part of the arm of one of these large humanoid figures detaches as if falling off from just the force of moving forward. You're the first to recognize that there is a series of what looks like ogres rushing at you.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you guys a map. Sorry to throw an encounter at you guys so quickly, but random encounters do be that way.
No, you're not.
I'm not. I have fun.
Sorry.
I'm really not.
Yeah, fuck you.
Because I noticed. Is there any way that I could have cast Swift Quiver beforehand?
This would all happen relatively quickly. You guys weren't moving silently, so there's really no means that you guys would have been able to sneak up on anything or have any time. I'm just trying to find a map. Give me 1 moment.
You know what? I haven't used my rapier in a while anyway. Let's do that. I have good health.
Okay.
Switch it up.
Where are you?
Switch it up every now and then.
How do you spell Bochi, by the way?
B-O-C-H-I.
Okay, cool. Like it sounds. Gotcha.
Yep.
Cool.
Ooh.
Speak.
The exception of Lexi, who's not there. Gonna remove you from the map.
Ouch.
You already did that.
Damn.
I have you on the combat tracker just to track your general exhaustion and stuff.
That's fair. Cool, cool.
You guys back there. Make this big. Get rid of you. As they begin charging at you, you see as they rush forward that these are not merely ogres. You see, I actually wanted to say, Lexi, you recognize what they are, but you...
Oh
You recognize these to be deceased. Weapons are coming out of their bodies, pierced into their skin. These shambling creatures, seemingly driven by nothing but hunger, rush towards the group, pushing trees to the side as they move past them. A guttural multi-tone escaping them as they charge you. I would like everybody to roll me initiative.
Woo!
You get it.
First rolls for everyone
Let's
of the new year.
go!
Can I roll it just to see what I would get,
Oh,
or will
jeez.
that confuse things?
Don't do it, please.
Fine, I won't.
You have a dice.
I
Roll it
didn't.
on your desk.
Oh, I didn't roll.
That's fair. I will roll it on my desk.
Oh,
Oh, it's so close to a 20!
My God.
I got a 17. There. Not
Yeah,
bad.
baby.
Alright.
As they rush, you guys are within maybe an hour's travel of the city, or of the village, just to give you guys some idea of where you are.
Time is soup.
Time is soup. Flux, you're the first one
I
up.
wish time was stew.
All right. I'm I'm in a no-nonsense kind of mood. They're grouped up, Fireball.
I thought that might happen.
Yeah. I can take no chances. Give them no time to react.
No nonsense, Flux. Pow.
Papa.
Chow, where did I put that fireball?
Where did I put it?
Ciao.
Let's see here. Like, actually, where the hell is it? Ah, there it is. Pachoo.
They all
Oh my
fail.
God.
Oh, hell yeah. Firearm. And... take that!
As you blast them, oh, Fantasy Grounds is being a bit laggy today. As you blast them, they all take 35 points of damage. A small little mote of flame streaks out from you to between them. It stops just in front of one of them. One of them raises up their weapon. They take up these large morning stars, these old, withered-looking morning stars they're carrying. It tries to strike the fireball's bead of flame as it comes at it, but as it does, it erupts and blasts outwards. They all let out... And for a second, it appears that they've been prevented from moving forward. And then you see them begin shambling forward, their bodies wreathed in flames from the fireball you threw at them.
They seem quite sturdy. Unfortunate. Reloading.
Reloading.
Cox wrench.
Damn.
Oh shit, I can't actually, my turret would have expired, so I can't use my bonus action. So then I'll fly into the air, like 20 feet.
Alrighty. Fenris, you're on deck, just so you know.
Oh boy.
We never saw him.
Hold Alt. There you go. You fly up above them. You see a couple of their heads look up at you as you do. Is that your turn?
Yes, yeah, that's me.
Alright, one of them is gonna go. The one that was closest to you, that may have been a good choice you just made.
Good.
They begin rushing forward as it can't make it to you guys. Normally, it shambles forward. It's going to take the dash action to continue rushing. Lexi and Miriam. This one rushes up, it gets close to you. It gets between you, raises up its weapon as if it's about to attack, but it is unable to do so at the moment. Sorry, what was that, Hayden?
Nothing.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought. Okay.
was me.
Oh, that was you. You're saying what up?
Oh no, Lexi and Miriam.
You said Lexi and
Oh,
Mary.
did I say Lexi and Miriam? Why is Lexi on my brain? Fenris and Miriam!
You're just so distraught.
They're gone,
She's
Logan.
not here anymore.
Logan, they're gone. You have to let go. You're never seeing them again, Logan.
Oh my god.
But yeah, sorry. Fenris and Miriam, my bad. We're in no Red Bull Logan zone today, because I'm not having any more. I haven't had any for 2 days. Woo! Or soda.
Very proud of you. You're doing so good.
Thank you. I hope to
done.
do better. Fenris, it is your turn next. Avi, you're on deck.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Dawn on these three.
Oh.
I mean, I might as well. 'cause I
Alrighty.
think we're gonna get out of the forest.
We're just gonna
after this.
fuck all of them, fuck everything in particular kind of gay today.
Yeah, I'm really not
We need to
interested on,
vent.
in humoring any of these buttholes.
Alrighty.
So,
Do you
where
have?
the-
Do you have
Oh,
the
wait,
component?
wait!
Oh no. Do you have the component for Dawn? I don't know if you ever bought the pendant. Did you?
I don't know.
If she needs a pendant.
She needs a sunburst pendant.
Damn it.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember.
I think
We have a
there's somewhere
list
on my sheet.
on your sheet.
Yeah.
If we go to actions, we have a list of things at the bottom. I'm pretty sure of components that you have.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not listed, so probably not.
I think you learned to use that spell after the last time you were in a place where you could buy components.
Yes.
Also, it still says you have 5 diamonds for Revivify. Is that
I haven't used any of them
okay? So that is true. Good.
since. Yeah.
Well, you've used Dawn last game, so I feel bad taking it away now.
That's all right.
Unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to use it without that component.
Hey, no complaints there. It's a level 5 spell, so I get.
I'm sorry. I hadn't looked at it last time.
It's all good. Instead, methinks. Oh, right. I forgot. I'm a cleric. I should probably turn undead or something like that.
Ridiculous.
They just all run away. We just keep
Are
walking.
these CR1?
Who knows?
You would have to try.
Okay, I'm gonna use turn undead.
What is the range
Maybe
of
you
turn
wanna-
undead?
Yeah, maybe you want to get closer
Oh,
before you
so
do
true,
that.
bestie. I'm gonna bonus action Misty Step, because I don't really want to take a hit.
Okay. Where are you moving to?
I just healed.
You're into a tree.
Well, that's silly.
That's just ridiculous.
Sorry, I didn't. Okay, 30 feet. So, in theory, does this get all of them? 25, 25, 20, 35. So,
That one's out of
Okay.
range.
I will move 5 more feet forward so that 30, 20, 15,
You're still
35.
35.
This.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
nuts.
Ah, beans.
Huh.
It's probably on a half space.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll turn undead even though I don't get that one.
Okay. So detarget that one, and then go ahead and make your roll.
Yep, yarp. Alright.
Two of them fail, one of them succeeds, so because of the feat that you have that affects turn undead, that one will take half damage. So the first thing to do is apply the damage from it.
I just want to check before I roll it. Is the damage written properly? Because I see 1d6 minus 1.
Yes, so...
Based on your charisma.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you do, the damage you do is equal to, well, 1d4 plus your charisma modifier, which increased to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier at 8th level. So, unfortunately,
Ouch.
yeah. So roll that
That's
damage
alright.
first.
Yeah. Hey!
All right.
4. I'll do it.
You deal 4 damage to 2 of them, and 2 to the other one, and then go ahead and put the turned effect on them.
I'll deselect. Oh, good. I'm only.
It
selecting one.
automatically did, yeah.
Awesome.
And then make sure you apply the damning rebuke effect to yourself to give you extra damage against them.
Yes.
But only when they're turned.
It has been done.
You rush up to the center, you raise your shield up, the symbol of Tequin that is upon it glows, although using your channel divinity, you notice the glow is dull. It's not quite as bright or magnificent as it's previously been, and when you use it, one of the ogres manages to resist it. They are not immediately destroyed, so you do know they are above CR1.
That makes sense. I think that's everything I can do in a turn. I bonus action. I guess I can move think
Yeah.
I moved 5 feet.
You would still have 25 feet of
I'll-
movement left.
Yeah.
And then you run to the side.
Yeah.
As you do, those two that are over there begin scrambling. As you use your turn undead, they stop. They begin shuffling back with this innate sense of fear that doesn't imply any sort of intelligence within them, but this primal fear of you that they come to have. They look like they're going to try to run. Avi,
Yes,
it is your turn.
Good.
Bah! Hello. I did it.
It's true.
Okay. I was checking. I was like, okay, I have no more Flash Victorious because, you know, we fought a big. Alright, so you're a little. Actually, no, I could get to you because I'm speedy as fuck. I'm fast as fuck.
I'm fast
boy.
as fuck, boy.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Fucks is back, boy.
Fast as fuck, boy.
So I'm gonna go up 10 feet and I'm gonna fly over her. Unless me being 10 feet is taller than them, because then I won't. But heckin', I
Oh.
won't be flip-flappering.
Oh, I just realized.
Oh
The
no.
damning rebuke thing is automatically applied. It's just got the wrong thing. Bam. Sorry, just a Fenris thing. Alright, you're getting over there. Know that if
Getting over
they
there.
take damage, they will stop being turned.
Shit. Shit.
But we could
There's
just murder them.
Yeah, there's the one that is
This
by
boy.
Miriam. And then there's the one in the very far back that you could fuck up.
You're right. Okay. And I've fought with Fenris before, so would I might know the signs of her turn undead spell because I've seen her do it
These
before.
creatures look like they're going to try to flee, so it's pretty telling.
Okay. So instead of that, I would like to backtrack to where I was. I was like here-ish. I will fuck up the one next to Miriam then.
Alright. Easy movement.
Yep. And again, I'm gonna go for some stab-lablins
Mm-hmm.
Go get him.
with Vox Victoria. Yeah!
That's a hit.
Oh, thank God! That's a miracle!
I know, right? Miriam's there, so num 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 num. It's time for a snack.
Oh no.
I thought you didn't feel that way about Miriam.
No,
Oh!
I don't.
You strike, you
Also
cut
not to
into
feel
it.
that way.
As you bring your blade into it and leave a large gash along it, opening up part of its body, this grotesque, this terrible smell, a rancid smell, pours out from the wound. You gag for a second before you continue on with whatever you're going to do.
It's fucking disgusting. And going for another innate dexterity. Yeah.
That's an at-one.
Oh!
Oh, your poor
Carrie.
stuff.
You gag for more than a second, interrupting the flow of your next attack.
Fucking. God, you smell as bad as Miriam. Yeah.
That's a hit.
There you fucking go, baby.
Emotional
Yeah.
damage. You do another 9 points of damage.
I love that guy.
Stop.
I love that.
I also love that, but no. None of that here.
Last one.
That's a hit.
Yay!
Wow.
Good day for my crap rolls.
There you go.
Is that you?
I don't have a Lexi, so there's no reason for me to stay close to him. I'm gonna. About how tall are these boys? My wonderful
They
boys?
would stand at maybe 9, 8-ish feet tall.
Okay. And because of mobile, I can safely biff it out of there.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go up about 25 feet, and I'm gonna scoot my boot.
Alright, you scoot your
Nice.
boot.
Also, I'm really glad that you said stay close to him, because I thought you were going to be like, I don't have a Lexi, so I don't have a reason to live.
The
You're
one
like,
that-
oh, yeah.
I
Makes sense.
mean. But yeah, no, that's.
The one that is not turned is going to begin rushing towards Fenris. Fenris is going to use its dash action to get right up on you as it tries to attack, but it cannot. This boy, this ogre boy, is going to turn and begin fleeing. They're going to get 25 feet off the map, and they're going to use their
Our-
dash action
Our
to...
poor sack of experience.
Oh,
We need those.
Nemric, your turn.
They're no longer in a position where I want to do the big funny thing I was gonna do. So instead, I'm going to fly over to Avi, and I'm going to cast Holy Weapon.
Damn.
Because I want these things dead as fast as possible. You see.
Fair.
That's very fair.
And I go. Yeah.
Feel so honored to be holy weaponed.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Is that you, Nemric?
Oh my god.
As I go up there and I do that, I will stay up here and I'm just going to be like, take care of them.
Gladly.
And that's me.
Tag!
That's my last spell slot.
Miriam, you're on deck.
All right. Well, I don't have
Tag
any
me.
big AoE things, so I'm just gonna wander over here.
Oh, damn it. Oh, well.
I'll get over here, and I'm gonna smack him. And since it's a zombie, it says it's a zombie, so I'm gonna assume it's undead.
It is undead.
Are you targeting me, or is that targeting from Nemric? Sorry, there's a
yeah, that's
reticle
not
around
me.
me. I was like, ah!
That was me. Logan, could I have taken the dodge action because I just realized that was a bonus action?
Sure.
Thanks, man. I thought that was an action to cast, and I'm like, I'm done with my turn.
Oh
It's like, it was a
no,
bonus
your
action.
full health's in danger.
I just want to do something with that action, man.
Because it's undead, I get to make this attack with advantage.
Oh,
Ooh.
Hot.
Yeah.
That's super hot.
Yeah. I guess.
We're just here to make you uncomfortable, man.
heckin'.
Hiya! I'll take it.
That's a hit. That's absolutely a hit.
I'm gonna divine smite it, cause why the fuck not? Second level.
Then you have. What is giving you that?
The celestial allowance, my feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a once per turn thing.
Right.
So.
It also gives you a bit of extra damage.
Does it?
Yeah.
Wait. Where does it say that? Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is gonna be fucking neato. Is that already programmed in, or do I have to
It's programmed
hit a
in.
button? Okay, cool.
You'll do 3 extra damage.
Oh, I forgot to add my divine smite, but
Oh no! Well, you said you were
Correct.
doing it, so go ahead and just roll it.
Okay, it's gonna be 4d8
Okay.
of radiant damage.
Go ahead.
Ooh.
Oh, whoops. Hiya! Another 14.
2. Alrighty. You carve into it, your weapon glows with radiant power, you strike it. As it cuts into it, light escapes from various holes and imperfections in its skin. As your blade passes through it, it lets out a cry, falls to the side, grabs the wound where you struck it.
Alright. Going in for a second attack. I'm gonna try and lop off the arm that's like trying to cover the wound.
That is a
Ah.
hit.
Oh yay! I forgot the zombies.
I hit on 13.
Wow.
Divine smite, first level.
Shit.
Go, Spencer. Fly. Be disgusting.
Doing it.
Do it.
Doing it. Where's the?
Be
there it
just so gross.
is.
Do it.
I wanna do it. Take that.
You kill it. You strike it. As you slice it, you cut through the arm, cut through the body as a whole. The top part of its body falls off of the bottom, and as it's floating through the air, falling very slowly, you see its body begin to shimmer, tears itself, its jaw unhinges, and in its final moments it lets out this piercing wail that echoes out around it. Everybody who
so
is
sorry.
everybody who is within 30 feet of the boy.
Well, Miriam, you're gonna benefit from my save thing. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna add
Oh, no.
yeah, add 3 to your modifier.
It should be automatically added.
Didn't we get rid of the effect because it was being all wonky?
I did, then I put it back on, and it seems to be working properly now.
Okay, cool.
Is that for removing?
Alright. Everyone, you're about to make an intelligence save.
Oh no!
Oh no!
What the fuck? Why is this zombie making me do an intelligence?
As this wail echoes outwards, your minds are filled with various gruesome scenes, various people that these ogres have killed. The sights through its eyes of them hunting and killing the innocent people of Honokuni floods your mind.
Oh, fuck.
It would not have affected the other ogre zombie, so I should not have targeted him. Fenris, Aviana, Nemric, and Tag.
Yeah.
You guys are all affected. Miriam and Flux, you succeed. You guys are going to take some psychic damage.
Okay.
This reminds me of a door.
Owie.
Ouch.
And then, also, you are
Yeah, I
stunned.
succeeded. Oh, damn.
Oh shit!
Ow.
And you are stunned.
Oh, great.
You do not know for how long, of course. Real quick.
Uh-oh.
That's annoying.
I unfortunately, let's see, ba-ba-dum.
I had no more luck points because of fucking tribulation.
Check out that real quick. Nemric would lose concentration, I'm afraid, because you're incapacitated along with being stunned.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was stunned. Okay.
Yep. Well, if you're stunned, you're incapacitated, and if you're incapacitated, you lose concentration.
Okay.
Well,
Heck.
it was a nice thought, buddy.
Did I apply
Well,
that?
that was my only 5th level spell, so go kill them anyway.
I'm gonna.
Let's see.
Weapon
And
has such a bad track record in D&D.
It does.
there we go. You guys are stunned. And the body of the ogre falls to the ground. It is dead. Tag. So, regardless of if you have more to do, that is your turn.
Yep.
Miriam, you're up.
Bam.
Me.
He's gonna run up and he's going to inflict wounds on this bad boy.
Okay. You rush up towards it. This creature is still moving. As it seems to be raising up its morning star to strike Fenris. You rush up to it, you put your hands on it, you hit with inflict wounds. Give me that tasty damage. That was solid. You deal 21 points of damage.
Knock that one off. That's his action.
Nice.
And he's going to bonus action healing word Aviana.
Alrighty.
Stupid Cinderay bird.
Aviana, you regain 6 hit points.
No, listen, bitch, I'll take it.
And that's Mary.
Alrighty. The other ogre zombie is going to also run and is going to attempt to get... Can I take them off the map? Hold on. If I do this, do they move off the map? Oh, cool! I can do that.
They do.
So you're what, 45 feet off? I can literally, just to track where they're going, I can be like, yeah! There they go! Oh, neat. Alright, that's them. Lexi, it's your turn.
Gotta go.
Rattles bars aggressively. Flux. And Fenris, you're on
Alright.
deck. Except you're stunned.
Yep.
I think Flux is looking at these ogre boys running off. We cannot allow them to escape. They may alert others.
Who are they gonna tell?
I don't know, I'm crazy. Scorching ray.
We can't let them get away! They might alert the Federation!
Tell the dragons.
That is a hit.
Big Xanthric vibes.
Hell yeah. Just a paranoid maniac and a demi-plane of dread. Alright, and firearm damage. Pachoo.
17 points. That was solid.
Hell yeah. Alright.
As you hit it, that one is no longer turned.
Well,
Good. Scorching Rays, 3 beams, right? Yeah, 3 beams. Alright, so then I'll hit this guy a second time. Kapachoo!
Fire again. Fantasy Grounds has a moment. It hits.
Hell yeah.
hitting on a 2. Who are you, Nicolo?
It takes another 7 points of damage.
And yes, I am still very much in range of this boy, so I'll hit the last one with my third Scorching Ray.
No, come back! That's a hit.
Yay, our
Yes!
our Sacks of Experience.
Our experience sacks.
You
We
deal.
need it to survive.
You do 10 points of damage to it, and it is no longer turned.
Just see them turn around toward me, look very satisfied. Like, yes, I'm helping. That's my turn.
I need to look up an effect that I want to put on Fenris's thing, because I think since I coded it, better combat effects, I think they made an effect that lets things just get removed when a creature takes damage. So I just want to quickly, while it's on my mind, throw that on your thing. Yeah. DMGRT, that was it. Fenris, where's your sheet? I need to find your sheet. Fenris! DMGRT. There we go. Now that'll just auto do that from now on. Cool. Done. Alrighty, is that you, Flux?
That is me.
Fenris, you are stunned.
Yup.
Alrighty.
Yep.
And I will note as your oh sorry, actually hold on. Boo. Yeah, it is until the end of your next turn. So Fenris, you cease being stunned at the end of your turn as you shake yourself and regain your senses. Avi, same thing, you're stunned, but
Heck yeah.
at the end of your turn, you return to your senses. The ogre zombie that is there, Fenris, you regain your senses just in time to see this zombie raising up a weapon, about to bring it down upon your head.
I'm going to Time's reaction to our Time's Guardian to add AC.
Okay, go ahead.
Not today. No, thank you. Hard pass.
All right. It is going to go for an attack. It strikes, and it nat once.
Ah! Well,
It then brings its weapon up again. And this one hits.
oh no.
It brings it down, strikes you in the side. You are winded as you take 14 points of damage from the hit.
Ooh. Ow.
One of the runaway boys over here. I'm gonna get the calendar off of here. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of the runaway boys is gonna turn around and start dashing back. Here we go. Here he comes. There he goes.
Here he comes. Here he is.
Nemric, your turn. You are stunned for the turn. Tag. It is unfortunately, it would have lasted until the end of this turn. So you are still stunned. Miriam, we're back to you.
Am I stunned by like the end of my turn? Am I still stunned?
You cease being stunned when your turn ends.
Okay, cool.
Miriam.
Gonna go with the tried and true, inflict wounds.
Alright. It worked before.
Get him!
Do it. Fuck him up.
That's a hit.
Whack.
Big numbies.
You deal 16 points of damage.
Pretty okay, numbies.
And Miriam is going to circle strafe this boy. Get there.
Alrighty. And that's your turn?
Yes.
The other ogre zombie's gonna start dashing back. I'm gonna hiccup. Good. Yes.
Good.
Against rushing back.
Now they're back, and I can't do the thing I wanted to do last turn.
Back up to the
They
top.
were all separated for a bit, and I'm like, oh, I can't put them inside of a freaking dome of fire, I guess.
We're back to you, Flux.
Boo!
Boo, yes. Let's see here. Is that a tree between these two guys, or is that just the ground?
Just the ground,
Yeah.
I believe.
Gotcha. Then, yeah, I'm feeling sassy. Fireball these two.
Just sure thing.
Flux today.
Right on.
Leave no witnesses.
Oh my god.
They both fail.
Good. Get pachooed.
They both take 23 points of damage.
Good. I think that's my turn.
Okay. Fenris,
Yes.
you're back up.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's time to do some bashy ball. Gonna hit it with my hammer.
Okay.
Be all.
That is a 2. But,
I don't
but
hit it with my
you
hammer.
still hit.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Yeah.
These guys don't dodge or block. They just get hit.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Enjoy some pain, you stinky.
You strike, it takes 14 points of damage.
Fuck. Okay, that's my turn.
Alrighty.
I'm
Avi?
gonna. Oh,
No,
never
alright, well, what's up? What's going on?
I would like to healing words myself, please.
Alright.
Thank you. Oh, kind DM.
You can... I will allow you to use your bonus action.
But just this
But
one.
yes, but only this one.
Well, it was
Pray
already
I do not
technically
bonus
Avi's
action
turn.
further.
Listen, you had already moved on.
Aviana,
So,
Okay.
and then Nemric, you're on deck.
All right, zoom. I'm gonna fly down, and we're gonna go for some pachas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that they got closer. I didn't have to use my bonus action to get to them to bap them.
It's true.
This makes my life easier.
And all the while, I may not have granted you your bonus action.
Oh.
It's true.
I have been known to be that sort of tyrant.
y'all, Logan, please.
Yeah, that hits, absolutely.
Well, Brett is bullied. Checking it off.
You
I
deal
took that off first.
You didn't already have that off?
8 points of
No, I
damage
didn't.
to
I
it.
know. Sorry.
Okay. Innate.
You strike, that's a nat 20!
Oh, there's so much I can
damn.
do! God, yes! Okay, so... I don't know if these fuckers can be frightened, but I'm certainly gonna try. How close are you? Woo! You're right in range, bitch!
Oh shit.
I'm so excited. I love using this. I love this feature. Leave me alone. I'm so excited. I missed Avi, okay? Make your saves.
God.
Shut up!
They all fail.
Yes! Shut up.
You're so cute.
You're cute. Fuck. Okay, that is applied to them. So now I have advantage against you bitches.
Fuck.
Noting you
What's wrong with me?
should resolve your critical.
Yes.
You enjoy
Yeah.
D&D, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You deal 15 points of damage to that zombie.
Tasty, tasty. And extra here.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
I'm gonna resolve this. No, I wanna. Yep, there's an Avi roll.
You didn't sneak attack, huh?
Oh, I didn't!
You
But
already,
I have one more, so it's
you
okay.
already rolled it, so yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm like, I have one more, so it's fine.
Strike again, and that's a 20.
Oh.
Oh,
Yes,
God. Damn.
My zombie.
That's what I always did with Mal, is I just waited till the last attack just in case it was a crit.
Yeah.
Yes, bitch. Okay, so why was I was fucking clicking sneak attack onto. I was like trying to drag it onto the zombie.
You did it twice. I'm gonna remove one of those.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Because I started dragging, and I was like, wait, that's not for you. I mean, it's for you, but it's not for you. If this doesn't murder him.
Oh, it murders him. It absolutely does. However,
I was like, I could knock him prone because of fucking critical, but.
However.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, but I made it explode.
How far away are you, Miriam? Pretty far away.
Stabbing the lungs, can't scream if it has no lungs, right?
Right?
You got me.
Good job, Aaron.
It lets out a piercing wail. The same thoughts flood your minds. The two of you need to make saves.
Woo!
Flux fails an intelligence save.
Wow.
I didn't know that was possible.
You know? Huh.
Flux, you take 3d10 psychic damage. You take 19 psychic damage, and you are stunned for 1 round.
Farts, dude.
Yeah.
Heckin' butts.
Okay, so I have 10 more feet of movement, so I'm gonna get 2 there. Farts, dude. And I'm gonna go back up. Yeah. To where I was. And that's my action.
Well, you were at 10 feet of. You were at 10 feet just now, so you could only go up. If you have 10 feet of movement left, you could only go up to 20.
Yeah, you're right. Heckin'. That's me. That's Avi.
All right.
Something explode. I'm happy.
This ogre zombie is once again going to take its action. It is going to swing once at Fenris.
Cutting words that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
Do
Effects
it,
on
you
it.
can.
All right, it's on it. Right. It goes for an attack. Come on, you. Oh, I rolled it too many times. We'll use whatever the first one is. Oh, well, it has disadvantage. It had a negative. Wow. So yeah, it missed. The short stories, it missed. It swings. It misses. It goes for another attack. This one, Miriam, is going to be against you.
Uh-oh.
And this one hits. It strikes. It deals a total of 17 points of damage as the Morningstar collides with you, lifts you off the ground, slightly knocks the wind out of you. You fall to your feet, almost stumble to the ground, but manage to maintain your stance and balance. No, let me end the turn. What are you doing? It is. Oh, weird.
Is it being fucky wucky?
Better combat effects is having an issue. It's not. It doesn't want to do the ongoing save.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's strange.
Heckin' fuck.
Well, then I'm just gonna remove this. I guess that effect needs to be updated. It's been, I guess, broken.
The heckin' Fear of Slaughter one?
Yeah, the better combat effects. The extension appears to be just having some issues with auto-rolling stuff. So I'll just roll it itself. It's a wisdom. It's DC 18, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Making me do it myself. It just barely fails.
Woo! But it's still skilled.
Interesting.
So skilled.
I'm gonna contact. Who made this one? Was it Rogale or was it me and Unique? I'm gonna contact the maker of this and just be like, yo, having some issues with better combat. Yo, props to the Heckin' Fantasy Grounds extension making community, by the way. It's so responsive, like just as a collective, which I mean makes sense.
Aw.
They want to make them usable constantly, but Heckin'. All right, the other one's going to go. Ogre Zombie 6 is going to move. You're both out of range, so it is going to rush over and away. It's going to move about there because it doesn't want to get closer to Avi, so it's going to kind of strafe around. Pushes a tree slightly as it moves, goes up to you. Miriam, it's going to attack you.
And I can do about it.
Strikes at you. It hits.
Of course it does. I'm Miriam.
It's true.
Oh no.
In all the games currently, you're like, of course they hit. You take 15 points of damage. It brings up its weapon again to strike you, and it nat ones. It misses that one.
Fool.
Fool number 2.
What?
I have to delete the autosave part of this. And I'm going to roll its wisdom save. And it fails. It is still frightened.
Hell
Nemric.
yeah!
I will try to keep my distance because he just noticed he didn't go all stundy. He will go back 30 feet to the point where he can see both of them pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
While being 25 feet in the air, and he will pull out his bow, and he's going to activate the Flames of Passion.
Okay. You rush forward, your body becomes wreathed in flames that whenever they scatter off of you, the flames seem to wisp into the pattern of little flower petals that stream off your body and around you.
He will pull out Grudge Knock, and he will start attacking.
Gotcha.
Get him.
Yup.
You fire. That's a hit. That 3 is a hit. Those will be your... one sec, real quick. That's it. Yeah, that's your damage. See, that's the extra damage from Flames of Passion. You deal 14 points of damage on that attack.
And I will do one more attack.
Gotcha.
Hiya.
You strike. That's a hit.
Hiya.
You deal 14 points with that one as well, but with no extra fire on it.
And that is me.
Alrighty. Tag.
I'm it.
God damn
Okay.
it.
Just put that on the shirt. Just him with like a thumb to himself. Just, I'm it.
I'm it. I'm it.
Stop being cute.
It's a
Gaming.
medium drawing of Tag saying gaming.
I'm a gamer.
Wow.
Oh,
You
if I go
sound
over
weirdly
there.
like Native Canadian
it, I
when you do
Native
that.
Canadian.
You did it. I'm a gamer.
Wow.
I am it.
If I go over there, it dies. Oh, it's gonna fuck us. Well, it's gonna happen either way. I'm gonna go over here.
Mardark.
Mark.
Is it?
I'm gonna go in for some murder.
Alrighty, going for some murder. Rush
Yeah.
up to it,
I'll
spin
have a
your
nice helping
double-sided
of
blade.
murder. Mm-hmm. Maybe with a side of murder.
That hits. You didn't target
Yep.
it though. It looks like.
Oh, whoops. I thought I did. Oh, somebody else is targeting it. That's why. It's
Yeah.
still got like the targeting reticle on it. so-
Totally.
It
Yeah.
probably me and other people.
Probably. Hiya!
You strike. It dies as you rush up to it.
Yeah.
You leap. You cut it in half, bringing your blade down on it. As you do, the screech echoes out from it. Here it is.
Here we go! Okay. Oh, no. Fenris, you're within 10 feet.
Yep, Fenris has the bonus.
I'm sorry,
Brace
Miriam.
up.
Help.
Let's see.
Help.
Flux, you can't be stunned more, but you will, yeah, you're all within range, but you will, possibly take the psychic damage if you fail.
Cuckoo.
As it strikes, as it lets out that wail, hacha!
Come on, tag. Yes! Ah!
Fenris and Avi, you fail.
Fenris now!
I know you tried.
You both take 10 damage,
Cool.
and you are
right.
stunned.
All right.
As soon as I saw I didn't make that last roll, I'm like, I need to be as far away from these things as
Oh, wait.
possible.
It's
Oh,
fair.
I moved like 25 feet, so I can't get over there. Do I have... And I already started my attack, so I can't really do anything. Would I
Bonus
be able to throw a
action
javelin?
murder?
Sure.
Would I be able to throw a javelin as my second? Cool.
Sure. Interaction, pull out a javelin, throw it. I'm fine with that.
Cool. I'm gonna use my advantage for this one.
Okay.
Because I just have to make a weapon attack.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
You're allowing us so much today.
I know.
Oh my gosh, you're so
Bonus
nice.
actions.
Oh no!
That hits.
Oh, that hits.
You know, this is a really good fight for our crap rolls today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're so conditioned.
Yeah, we really are.
It takes
Okay.
11 points of damage.
Okay. Bonus action. Do I have anything? Fucking why not? I'm gonna bonus action cast Compel Duel on this thing.
Oh.
Hmm.
Now hold on.
So- Okay.
Now hold on just a momo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, it's a creature. All right, cool. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
All right, make a wisdom save.
All right.
It rolls a natural 19 and succeeds.
Dang it.
I will note, as far as the disadvantage thing goes anyways, it's frightened of Avi, so it has disadvantage on attacks anyways. So it wouldn't change much about how it had to move.
Oh,
I'm just
fair.
gonna double
Okay.
check Fear of Slaughter because I think it's just it only has disadvantage against me.
It's frightened, right?
I'm just double checking the
Okay.
feature because I think it's it only has disadvantage against me. But let me double check. We'll continue.
I will allow this.
Creature is frightened in this way. Repeat a saving throw. Blah, blah, blah.
At some point during game, I would like to, possibly after this fight actually, and I know this is a bit unorthodox, I would like to shut down game, and I'd like to update one of my extensions, because I just got a message saying that a thing got updated and might get rid of a problem we're having.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. I was incorrect. I don't know where I was getting that from in my
I'm
brain.
glad
But yeah.
you were incorrect. It's a lot stronger
Yep.
now.
As long as as long as it's frightened of you, as long as you're within view, it has the penalty.
Okay. I just
Hooray.
wanted to double check it just to make sure.
I appreciate the diligence. And that's you. It's you, Tag.
I believe so.
All right, Miriam. Is it time for revenge?
I run away. No, it's time for inflict wounds again.
Revenge.
Time for inflict BR.
You hit. You'd have to roll a nat 1 to miss.
Die.
You strike it. It takes 22 points of damage. It is not down. You riddle it with necrotic energy. Parts of its skin do peel away and fall off, but it doesn't even seem to take notice.
Well. I throw glitter at it. That's my turn.
Perfect.
Aw.
Alrighty. Flux. Is this your first turn since being stunned?
E.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
You don't get to do anything. Fenris, you don't get anything. Avi, your turn.
Did Nabi just get stunned?
Aren't I
Yeah,
stunned?
just got stunned.
Oh, you're stunned as well.
Do these two fall?
No.
Okay.
Nothing about being stunned affects your movement speed.
I'm also fine. I was out of the
Yeah.
range.
It. I mean, I can check real quick just to verify. But
Aaron, how
You're
dare you.
stunned, but not your wings. Your
You're gonna
wings
get
are.
us killed.
I was thinking earlier.
gonna-
It's funny. So when you're
But-
stunned, you.
I have
It does say you can't move. And that technically could be interpreted as the same thing, couldn't it?
But we have the boots, is my argument.
I would say for you, your boots are what are keeping you aloft, so that's fine. And Flux, you're using a facsimile of the boots, right? You're using boots of flying as well.
Yeah. Rocket boots.
Okay, yeah, now remind me I've made this ruling next time, but I will say since you can't move, that is the same thing as saying your movement speed is 0. I would say
No,
that.
but that only affects me.
It's true. I'm sorry, never.
If I ever got rid of the boots, it would affect me too.
Unless
Oh.
you have a fly hover speed, in which case you remain aloft.
Hey, Logan, I have a little thing. Maybe you could add to my race.
Sure.
I have an edit that I think would really benefit me.
Just the boy's going to attack Miriam.
Oh no. I have to...
20 words.
All right. Sorry. I'll just go ahead and roll the d10 and I'll remove it.
Glitter in your face.
Remove 2. So your AC is higher than 14, yeah?
My AC is 14.
Oh, then it hits you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It strikes. You take 16 points of damage. It's going to go for one last attack on you.
Oh crap.
Barrels down on you, and it hits.
Mondays.
Mariam,
Oh.
Mariam, no.
You take 13 points of damage. You are knocked unconscious.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Nemric.
But I'm not allowed to let him die. I'm kidding.
It's true.
I'm gonna go for some pachoos on this thing. First pachoo.
Aww. For those listening at home, that wanted to be a 20. You fire, the flaming arrow sticks into it, the smell of rotting, burning meat fills the area as it catches ablaze. Go ahead.
Hiya.
That hits.
That wasn't nearly as almost a 20.
And it dies, but you know what that means.
Alright.
Not me!
Ah, shit.
That means
That
Well-
means...
Do I auto-fail because I'm unconscious? No, I guess...
It's an intelligence save.
Yeah, never mind. I'm fine. Well, we'll see. I've got a good chance.
Here's to hoping tags. Yep, I rolled.
I succeeded
poorly.
earlier.
Again.
Do I get to... Am I immune now? Or...
No, this isn't a fear
Okay,
effect.
cool. Oh, gotcha.
So, Fenris, Tag, and Avi, you are all affected yet again. Miriam, you managed to avoid it.
Hooray!
Uh-oh. The people who can heal him. Oh, no!
You all take 10 damage, and you are stunned.
Oh no!
Nemric, would you like to do anything else with your turn?
For my movement, I will just start making my way over toward Miriam.
Making my way.
Alrighty.
You gotta stop last hitting and then all, like, killing people.
Look, I just want you all dead. Haven't you figured it out yet?
Alright. Tag, you don't do anything. Miriam, I need you to make a death save.
Oh no!
That's a success!
Oh, thank God. I was about to yell at Spencer and be like, "You did this!" Like, fucking-
And
Oh, no. Nemric did.
Flux, your turn.
I
All
never
right.
get blamed for anything.
I'm
though.
gonna
It's true.
do, I think, a wisdom check to see
Oh, no.
whether I will do a thing.
And what's the verdict? Will you do a thing?
Yeah, he's going to very hesitantly land and approach Miriam. Let's see, that would be... Gets down. How much movement would that be? 20 feet? Yeah. So he
About
went
that.
down.
As you do that, I'm gonna need you to make a charisma save.
Oh shit. Isn't that at the end of my turn? If I end my...
No, you just took an action that was deliberately contrary to your madness.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is what it is. Flux,
Uh,
you have just taken 1 point of maddening deterioration, but continue.
Hey, you got what you wanted.
Hooray!
You got more madness.
You see
Santa
Miriam
got
in
my
peril. You focus and try to cut through the effects on your mind. You try to regain your senses in spite of the effect. Focusing your way through it, you do feel a nagging feeling in the back of your head, fighting against it, but you find clarity and you move over to Miriam.
Alright. Pull out one of my many mason jars of spiders.
Mm-hmm, of course.
And we'll give him a level 2 cure wounds.
Did I notice any hesitation on his part?
I think it would be very
You haven't
noticeable.
known him long enough to know that that's incongruent with how he acts. So.
I'm just,
Also
I'm just
fair.
asking.
But for everyone else, I look like I'm approaching a bear. And then I hurl the spiders at him, like cap still on the jar, it just shatters on his body, and then I run 10 feet back.
Yeah, that doesn't seem weird at all.
Oh.
I've just been watching these guys for so long. That doesn't seem weird at all. You're right.
Well, I mean,
seems
that
pretty
hadn't
good.
happened when I answered you,
No,
so
I'm playing.
that was undisclosed information. No, this is perfectly normal. You wouldn't know. Okay.
I just thought the other thing it would do this, and I would just be like, well, that's normal.
Mariam,
It's pretty far from the course.
you take a breath. You return from your moment of being unconscious.
Ow.
Covered in spiders.
That's not new.
After a second, the rest of you come to your senses as well.
Was everyone all right?
Fine.
I believe so.
Been worse.
How are you all feeling?
I've been better, but I'll be fine.
I
I'm
make a
perfectly
note of
fine.
this.
Glaring at fucking Nemric. Avio Land, did we kind of approach, like, their camp, or were they just kind of here?
They didn't have a camp.
Okay, I wasn't
They seemed
sure
like
if
they were just
had, like, a
shambling
fucking-
about.
Okay, cool. That's all. Because I was like, if there is, I take their shit.
Yeah,
They-
the best you can tell with a quick search of the area, you would note that there's not, and Fenris would be able to tell you quickly enough that they are zombies. They do not possess the intelligence necessary to form anything like a camp. They were probably just wandering around, attacking those that wandered outside the town.
Okay.
I want to land and pick up as many arrows as I can.
Sure, you can regain up to half of the arrows you used.
Ooh. Think there's any smiths around here that can make more of these?
Your best bet would be the town, but I wouldn't place your bets on it.
How many you got left?
Not a ton. I have. He just looks to his very large quiver. About 9.
Okay, let's see. How many? Because they're just regular arrows.
No,
yeah.
mine
No,
are
those
great
are great
arrows.
arrows.
Okay.
You got a great
well,
bow,
then I
you got
can't-
big old half spear arrows.
Oh,
Well, then I can't.
Do you want
help
my javelins?
Those would be
Fire my
closer.
javelin!
Damn.
I would like to fire javelins out of my great bow, please.
Those would absolutely be closer to his arrows than arrows would be.
holy crap.
Never mind.
Just have to make them count.
Hopefully we don't run into anything on our anything else on our way to the town.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Giggle.
Shut up, Logan.
Why? Are you expecting something, Master Tag?
No. Well, not specifically, no.
Flux, remind me to talk to you after I rest.
About what, Master Nimric?
Oh, the sun in the sky and all of the wonderful creatures around.
Are you becoming
I
Malcolm?
squint at him.
Looks up in the sky. Is the sun?
I see no sun in this place.
He just smiles
No
and
such
walks
wonderful
away.
creatures.
He just smiles and walks over toward Tag where he's safe.
Scientifically speaking, this place is awful.
Oh, no. Factually, this place is awful. Let's just get out of this forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get out of the more forested area. Small as it is, it's not huge. It's just a slightly more dense area where trees are growing next to a lake as you leave it, you spend another couple of hours traveling towards Bochi. As you do, as you approach the western edge of the town, a lot of the lights seem to be off at this point, even the ones that are normally on inside. You pass through the desiccated outer ring of destroyed houses and such. As you do, you hear the occasional movement of things moving around within the ruins of the destroyed houses that line the outside of the village. You eventually pass into the center, and as you do, Nemric, you have the highest passive perception, so as you guys hobble back into town, as you collect yourselves, wounds and all, and head inwards, the two things that catch your eye would be the first is that there appear to be fewer lights on, fewer candles are lit, fewer torches seem to be lit in the area. And the second, you do catch a single source of light, not terribly far from where you are, a bit inwards, still on the northwestern side of town. You see what looks like a very pleasing plume of steam rising from a couple of blocks away from where you are. And while normally the smell of incense fills your nostrils, you smell something that smells somewhat more floral, like more natural. And you hear the bubbling of water.
Oh.
This being one of the only points of activity you see. Before you guys do anything about it, I'd like to call our early break there so I can reset Fantasy Grounds and do the thing I wanted to do.
A good call.
Cool. Cool.
We are an hour and 16 minutes in. That took longer than... I mean, I didn't know you guys would have that encounter, but that took longer than I thought it would. Alrighty.
About what?
Wow.
What are you implying?
I love Flux right now. He's so entertaining.
That is probably
Good
the
old
weirdest.
crazy Flux.
He's from
No one
outer
cure me.
space.
It
So
sucks
much fun.
It sucks we have to stop that at some point.
Yeah.
No, no, let me be happy.
The conversation between
Let me be happy.
Are you
Goddamn.
good, Izzy?
Yes.
For once, let me be happy.
Fucking... Please, just let me be happy, 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 happy!
Nope.
Yeah, no, he's gonna murder all of us. We need to fucking fix this. Oh.
Don't worry, all my horse bombs got incinerated / ran away.
Starting it back up
Oh, they
again. I've
what?
already updated. I'll be right back as that happens. People at home, we're going to try to keep this break as quick as possible. Sorry for the early interruption. I'll be right back.
I'll also be back.
So, get a drink.
That's right. How you doing, chat? Y'all good? Y'all having a good time?
I got to update my little thingy that I write in today, and I'm very happy about it.
Aww, hooray.
Because I didn't get to last time because Eric was here instead of me.
Fucking Eric! I'm kidding. A good boy.
That conversation that just happened between Flux and Nemric is probably one of the strangest interactions I've seen in D&D.
It was a good time.
And I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, remind me to talk to you. About what? All the things this place is lacking? That doesn't sound like bullshit. I'm
Yo,
sure
right?
It's like, wait a fucking second.
It's just it was also the posterity of just how shifty they both were.
Oh, Chad, I'm glad you're all doing so good. Y'all just vibing? Hell you. So,
Hell
me
yeah.
too. Vibing.
The problem is he's getting suspicious that there's probably something up, but like he doesn't think he can help him.
Oof.
If there is something up, he doesn't have stuff like what the old lady had. He has something and it worked for him, but it might not work for us.
Blazel, heckin', be careful with arcane spoilers, because some people haven't seen all of it.
Indeed.
I have, and it's fucking excellent. But just be careful of your spoilers.
I have not.
So good.
Is he? Are you okay?
Good. She's like in the bathroom.
I just boom, boom, bang.
Did you fall in the toilet?
So good, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to get ice out of my tray and it's stuck, so I'm smashing it.
Oh, okay. I've been there. Yeah, dude, Arcane's fucking excellent. I've been listening to the fucking soundtrack like all week. It's so,
I know,
so
because I hear it from the
good.
bathroom. But I also have been listening to it nonstop.
Hell yeah, bitch, get it.
Dude, fucking, like, full plan. When I get home, I'm gonna hit up my instrumentalist and be like, hey, we're doing enemy.
Let me do enemy.
Let
Like
me
the one
do
with the
enemy.
slight rap,
I've-
not the impossible rap.
I've
Thank you.
decided, I've decided not to listen to the soundtrack till I watch the show.
Just in
That's
case.
really
Fair.
Yeah.
So good.
I'm sure it's amazing though. I mean, if
Logan.
one thing I like about League is all the music associated with it. So
Yeah.
Do fucking same.
the CGs and the music.
I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
Anyways, what's up?
I was gonna say, I'm caught up on heckin' work that I needed to do that's like not my normal Nat19 related shit. You want to go hard at fucking Near tomorrow?
Yeah, that sounds.
I was thinking about good.
Tomorrow, I do have a meeting I have to do tomorrow.
That's fine.
But yeah.
Whenever
like-
you're not.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Oh, good. It's not.
I was thinking about heckin' good soundtracks, and then I thought about Near, and then I'm like, I'll move in a week and a half. Let's fucking.
Yeah,
Near.
y'all gotta get it, that shit, man.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like we could probably do it remotely. I don't know how you have your setup.
But it's more fun to get to just do it on like the big TV and be in the
Yeah,
same room.
we'd
just
probably have to
vibing.
play it on the PC.
Nice.
Is the main thing we'd have to do.
Yeah.
Which we could do. We just have to start over, but we're not that far in. I
No.
don't know if you take off and we're not done. I'm perfectly comfortable waiting till like next time you visit, because in theory it shouldn't be too long away.
No, I don't want it to be too long, honestly.
Me neither. I love you so much.
I love you. Love you so
It's gonna
much.
be so
Also,
weird.
man, it's gonna be really weird, huh?
Mhm.
Like, Aaron
Yeah.
was talking about it. It's like I'm gonna cry. Like yesterday when we were watching fucking Silent Sea, which fucking slaps, and I can't wait to finish that show with you,
Yeah,
homeboy.
it's
Hell yeah.
really cool.
It's really good. I'm about it.
I'm gonna test this with Lexi.
But we were saying it's like I'm gonna be crying because I get to go home, and I'm like happy cry. But also I'm gonna be crying because I'm leaving my boys.
Bitch, fucking same. I'm so like happy for you, but I'm also so sad for me.
Dude, I'm happy and sad for me. It's gonna be it's gonna take some adjustment. Even my week away, I was like, it feels weird going into like the kitchen or like going into like my office. I'm like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, man, I can't just get hugs from my homies whenever I want.
We spoiled you with hugs.
It looks like
You
the
did.
savey effects are still not working, but that's fine. The errors I was getting before are gone. You guys will still get errors when you open your actions tab, but it only happens the once, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Cool.
Yeah.
When are we going to this mountain, Logan?
What?
Yeah.
Put in call chat.
Oh, call chat.
Oh, I want to go to that mountain.
Oh,
Look at that mountain!
It's all like, rah!
Nick.
beautiful.
Oh, God.
Look at that tiger mountain. That's Jerky's final form.
Mount Jerky.
Oh, Logan
Mounts
put it again.
jerky.
I'm probably not going to.
Why not?
I don't
You're a
know.
coward.
You can all log in, by the way.
Ah, good. Good, yes, good.
Bleh. Indeed.
It's true.
Yeah.
You said it.
I'm hungry.
Have you eaten?
No. If I had
Logan!
eaten-
Logan!
How
If
dare
I
you
had
not say
eaten.
this is Jerky's final form?
Oh, that is yes, that is Jerky's
I
final form.
saw that boy. Look at that chunker.
Look at that wet boy.
It has. Oh my
I love him.
God.
He's so
round.
so fat.
I love him.
He looks so disgruntled. His eyes are so much smaller than his big fat nose.
Put it art and pictures chat for you guys chat.
That's just, he just looks like a bee stung him.
On his face.
Or like he has a cold and he's like,
He looks like he has a cold.
For me,
Got the
he just looks really
sniffles.
proud. He's like, yes, this is my bath.
Cute little drawing. Look at that tiger.
I love him. I love him so much.
His name is Loaf.
His name is Loaf.
Oh my god.
I would die for him.
I don't actually know. That's what I want to call him.
Okay, I've decided his name is.
I agree. I agree. I agree with this decree.
Mm-hmm. Perfect use of the jerky emote. Well done, chat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Fucking love jerky.
All I know is I love this.
Carrie.
I love him so much.
Oh, that jerky boy.
That jerky boy.
I miss him.
Me too.
That's the worst part of not being in Retia anymore.
It's true.
No
Yeah. No jerky.
No jerky.
I
We'd
miss.
gladly actually kill Lexi if we could have jerky.
Oh god.
Indeed.
Yep.
No,
I'm
I
glad
need
we're all on the
both.
same page.
I need two things that I love.
No, that's just greedy.
I
That's
never
just
said it.
greedy.
Carrie, I never said it wasn't.
No, yeah.
I never claimed to not be greedy. I just want two things that I love.
That's very fair.
I need.
All I want.
Listen, I need jerky to call Avi Ultimate Bird. And I need handholds
basically-
and love from Lexi.
He called you the ultimate prey, which I
He did.
feel like is somehow better and worse.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was
Dude.
Ultimate Bird. I wrote it down.
I'm just imagining the fucking loaf, this fucking fat tiger with Jerky's voice calling Avi ultimate prey. I love it.
So good. It's like, can you move more than 5 feet without needing to take a break?
Silence bird.
Sorry, that hit hard.
Silence bird. It's the crab with laser eyes meme that's used for fucking Silence brand, except it's jerky.
Oh.
Silence bird.
I've had enough of you.
Fucking
Dawn?
Yeah. So we don't need to go back for Rory. There's only 2 things that you love. Oh, okay.
Wow.
No. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Mhm.
Dawn.
Wow.
Dawn. I'm gonna need you to sit your ass down. Shut up.
Caden's
I love
over
you.
Rory. It's canon.
Damn.
Wow.
Oof.
We've only been in Hanakuni for so long, and yet.
Listen,
Damn.
bitch, she's having a crisis because of that shit. Shut up. I made a mistake, okay? Leave me alone.
I appreciate
Should I,
you,
though?
Hayden.
I appreciate you.
Damn you, bird. Get in my mouth. No.
Nom, 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 nom.
Nom, nom.
One of these days, she's like, a feather's gonna fall out while she's fucking preening. She's just gonna, like, play with him half-heartedly. She would.
I did not speak the truth.
How dare you?
No. Avi loves her boy very much.
Sure.
Her wonderful
Okay.
vanilla boy.
It's true.
It's true.
He's a vanilla boy.
He's such a vanilla boy.
Hayden, I'm trying so hard to find a gif
He puts a
of what we
cereal
were
in the bowl
talking
first.
about the other day. Like, fucking, we were talking about how if Rory wasn't wearing his uniform, what he would wear. And I was just like, Hayden, do you remember that Jenna Marbles video where she bought Julian's clothes and it was just like khaki shorts, a fucking polo, and a fanny pack, and I'm trying so hard to find it because that's what I picture off-work
Are
Rory
you,
wears.
Hayden, are you gonna log in or what?
Yeah, you're right. I'm doing that.
I
had to reboot my
You too,
computer,
Brad.
so freaking.
Oh,
Thank you for the reminder. I love you very much. I
Cut the
apologize for
cameras.
my mistake.
Don't cut the cameras. Point the cameras.
No.
Whenever you were talking and being like, what would he wear? And then you just like had the pause after Hayden. It's just like, what would he wear? Hayden.
Khakis. What sounds hideous.
Khakis.
She sounds
Is it the
hideous.
I buy my boyfriend outfits? Is that what it is?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find a fucking gift, man.
I'm like, I'll just fucking, I'm logging in.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like,
On the bright side,
oh.
here, you'll have plenty of time to look for it.
Right? I'm just vibing, man.
I feel like that hurt me more than you.
No, I totally did. I'm fine. It's sitting.
I found the fucking part. It's so good.
It's so good. I need it in gift form. The fucking ladies, can you tell me where the men are? That kills me.
I love it so much. I feel like, I'm like, if that were fucking Rory, like, can you tell me where the men are? Miriam appears. Yes.
Yo, 100%.
I ordered pizza.
Ooh, what kind of pizza?
I order pizza with black olive, green pepper, and pepperoni.
Boo. I like one of those things.
And then I ordered Alfredo.
It's not for you, Carrie.
I'm just saying, I judge your pizza tastes, even though I shouldn't, because I have terrible taste of pizza.
I feel like
I haven't had it in a while.
That's really good.
I usually order,
Here
I
I
usually order like
come
chicken Alfredo
with a-
pizza.
I love Alfredo.
literally,
What's up,
my
Brett?
family just eats like garbage can pizzas, which is pizzas with all the toppings.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
Oh, just Supremes.
Yeah.
Oh, I could never.
My
Yeah.
huge is I get chicken and spinach, and then I put some Alfredo sauce, and that's mine.
Oh,
Who
that actually
has
sounds
not
not bad.
loved
I'm not a fan of Alfredo sauce. I like
Spencer,
the, I like
claim
the
tag.
good
I'm
red
not afraid
sauce.
I'm not a fan
Oh,
of
yeah,
anything
yeah.
that's like has too much sauce on anything.
All
I
right.
usually just
Dude,
go like white
that's
sauce.
that's my favorite part. I fucking love the sauce.
As riveting as the pizza conversation is, we are all now
It's
logged
very
back into game. So I believe we should jump back in.
Yay!
How silly.
Alrighty.
Brad, that's also the pizza that Izzy gets. Sorry.
Yes, we're done talking about pizza now.
I'm done. I'm not in game. I'm shutting the fuck up. Here I go. It was the combination of actual Logan saying pacha over Logan saying penis that was really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna mute. I'm done. I'm stopping.
I doubt it.
You guys arrive back in Bochi. I won't bother resharing the world map. It is a time. You guys see what I described to you before? What do you guys like to do?
I want to nudge at Tag because he's probably the only one I'm near, and point out the steam and the floral scent to him.
Yeah. Does smell quite inviting.
It's rather
Probably.
odd with everything turned off now that there's even something going on over there.
Yeah. Seems could be a bathhouse.
You're getting my hopes up.
Well, I hope to. Let's. Should we go and check it out then?
Perhaps you should bring it up to the others. They're not very trusting of me.
Fair enough. Everyone, how do we feel about resting at the whatever's making that smell?
We don't know what it is, though.
Well, we can go and find out.
But should
Hopefully
we?
it will be something that won't hurt us. I mean, it doesn't hurt to check.
I can sneak ahead and get a better idea.
That's
We
fine.
may want to hold back on separating inside this place. We already know that there's someone here that wants to cause us harm.
Well, once we get closer, I mean. I don't mind going on ahead.
That's fine. Let's get a move on then. See what it is.
Turn back into elf before going into the city.
Alrighty. As you guys can move the couple of blocks necessary to find your way there, you stumble through the darkness. You occasionally hear the shifting of what sound like footfalls moving away from you. As you had heard when you first came into the village, you would quickly take these to be people who are avoiding you in the streets. Although with the small population of this village, it's not many. As you round a bend, you come to a section that is somewhat on the outskirts, basically on the edge of the non-destroyed section of the village, just bordering where the buildings start to become deserted. You come to a location that seems to be comprised of 3 buildings that, given the branding on them and the construction of them, you can tell that they are all part of the same business. You do, as you get closer, see that there is a building that in the back of it, there is a very large fence that rises up about 15 feet that is built in a square around the section where the steam is coming from, and there appear to be lights inside that are illuminating it. You hear bubbling coming from within it, and you would take to assume that this is probably a artificial hot spring. As you do, you notice there seems to be the area beside you. You can all read. Most of you can read Elven, yeah?
Yeah.
You would tell there is a sign that writes very simply, where is it? A sign that reads the Ecogami ryokan appears to be what this business is called. One building seems to be an office, one seems to be the hot spring itself, and another one appears to be a large inn-like building.
I don't trust it.
Indeed.
It's less that we trust it and more that we look like hell.
Yeah. Unless we feel like camping on the outskirts of town, I don't feel like resting out in the forest.
Fine.
Guess it depends on what we believe to be the greater threat. The animals of the forest, or anyone who might be lurking in this town.
Just don't get too comfortable, and it should be okay.
Sure. I'm awake at all times anyway, so...
We let our guard down for a second.
That's so.
Yes.
I make a note of this.
Flux will remember that.
Logan, my wonderful boy, can you say again the name of this place, just for my note?
Ecogami ryokan.
Cool. Thank you, my boy.
Is that like R-Y or R-I?
I'm writing it.
You're an angel. Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Gotcha.
I guess we should start to the office then?
Seems like it.
Forward.
March.
Yep.
Just because I haven't heard you in a while. Aaron, you're there, right?
I'm dead. Ooh.
Okay, I was making sure we didn't like start with you in the bathroom or something.
Nope. I'm just stopping talking.
Yeah. As you guys proceed forward, you move to the office, which has a single door to it. As you open it, you find this door is one that slides to the side, and as you do, you see inside of this office, which is a relatively small building. Looks like it's a front room, and then looks to be just you would guess, a single back room for storage. There's what looks like a reception area. There's a figure who stands quite tall beside the desk, who appears to be folding what appear to be towels slowly. Has made his way through most of a very large pile and is very neatly, pristinely, like when you go in, he's just running his fingers along a set of them, trying to get out creases in them. Very daintily. This man is very large, has bluish skin, resembles the individual that you had bumped into in that, the peaceful spot in the forest. Very bulbous nose, large features, wide set body. He has a very thick, green, very bushy beard that covers most of the lower section of his face, and a very innocent, almost like deer-like look to his eyes. He's wearing robes that look like bathhouse robes, and he's tall enough that he kind of has to hunker down as he's, to avoid bumping his head in the ceiling as he's doing this. As he does, he very slowly and sheepishly looks up as if it takes him a second to realize that the door has been opened. Oh.
Hello.
Boo.
Greetings.
You look unusual.
We are unusual.
That makes sense. May I help you?
Unusual as in types that you don't wish to serve?
Most people are not dressed in the way that you are. We wear neither the silk adornments of the nobility here, nor the common garb of the commoners of this town. I take it you're from somewhere else.
Looks to Miriam.
We're a long way from home.
He reaches down, picks up a candle that is on a tiny tray, but he can't get his finger through the loop of the candle, so he just kind of takes it between two fingers and raises it up. Do you wish to do business here?
I think so. Do you have enough rooms for us?
Certainly. I am very sorry. Where are my manners? He stands, having been sitting. My name is Ifune Ecogami. You see, he bows slightly. I run this business. Do you need medical treatment? You don't look very good. Or do you just need rooms?
Rooms, food, and a bath.
Well, use of the springs is typically reserved for those who rent our more expensive rooms.
How much are your expensive rooms?
That would be... He, looks at you for a second. I don't know if you're familiar with our currency. If I take it that you've shown up here only recently. They are 200 sen. I'm not sure what sort of money you use, but if it is made of a similar metal to ours, then maybe I could approximate.
We've, oh right, I only have platinum pieces.
Oh,
I'm too rich.
Sam, I'll step forward and I'll pull out a piece of gold, a piece of electrum, and a piece of silver, like one of each coin. Do any of these look familiar to you?
Should be two of those.
Yeah, he reaches down and he taps the gold piece. This would be worth 100 sen.
Sure.
And he reaches over to the silver one. Based upon the metal and its approximate value, this would be 10 sen.
Oh no, the true enemy of D&d.
I'll give him 20 silver pieces.
conversion.
This would be enough for one room. One room can accommodate up as many of you as you wish to go in, but if you wish for food and a proper amount of beds and clothing, if you wish to change, one room only technically accommodates 2 people.
I can cover the rooms. Easy enough. 2 per
Okay.
room.
So you would need 4 rooms between. No, there's only 6 of you. I don't know why I'm seeing a 7th, but there's not one. There would need 3 total.
I do not require a room. I think I can perhaps stay outside, stand guard.
If there's
No.
5 of you, you still need 3.
Yep. So it's 3 gold pieces to him for again.
It'd be 6. It's 2 per
6?
room.
Yeah. 2 per room. Yeah, sorry, my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so be 6 gold. Cool. I will pull out 6 gold and I will pass it off to him.
Good. Thank you very much. Now that we're doing business, he quickly is like, one moment. He moves into the back, and he comes out with just this large armful of various what look like yukata that he puts out in front of you in a pile. I don't know your sizes, but if you want to change and put on something more comfortable for the springs or change out of what you're in, please do. And you notice he starts becoming a bit more animated once you've spent money. And if there's anything I can do to help with your injuries, I would be happy to be of assistance.
Sir, you are a saint.
I would not say that.
I'll go to get a yukata.
I would never say that.
Yeah, Avi will take a yukata.
Fenris will find one for herself and then find a small one and just kind of fold that up. Is it alright if I take an extra if I pay you?
Well, they stay here.
Oh.
They're for the business, I'm afraid. They're for wearing in between using the
I misunderstood, my bad.
If you... Yes, go ahead, take it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How much can we pay you for it?
You can if you want.
What is happening?
Fenris puts down 2 gold pieces.
Very suspicious.
Reaches down, slides them towards himself with one of his fingers, picks them up. It was unnecessary, but also, thank you.
Thumbs up.
Excuse me, sir. Are there many furbolgs in this area?
There used to be more, but as of recently, well, I guess I wouldn't know if it was terribly recent. Time is hard to keep track of here. But my family has run this place for generations. Unfortunately, it's just me here now. There are some others in the village, but only a handful.
We recently came across a furbolg off in the forest, and I wanted to note how common that would be. They aided us quite well with their ability.
Oh? What ability?
Well, it seemed as if they were a druid. They found a place that they caused a safe area for us to go through. However, it did seem as if that was because of how pure that individual was in life.
I'm afraid I don't know anybody like that. That forest has a lot of things in it. I've never gone to it, though.
Thank you for the yukata.
You were in the Akuma Kyofu?
Yes.
He has a look on his face that gives the impression that he's holding something he wants to say back, that he's trying to fight for the courage to say, and then finally, then you are members of the hunt, I take it.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
We'll try not to cause you any trouble.
It's fine. If there's anything that you need, did somebody send you here? To me?
No?
Why?
Would there be reason to?
No.
Can I insight that?
Go ahead.
My wisdom is ass, but I'm gonna try, because
Excuse me.
Suspicious.
I don't think we need to, but I guess I'll go for it.
Oh my god, guys!
Ass wisdom, dude! She doesn't know people! Thank God for Limerick.
Carrie has passed on her bad rolls to the party, and this is fine. You're welcome.
So I'm pretty sure this guy is a member of the table at this point. Like, personally.
That's my secret. If I don't want you to suspect someone, I don't show you art. But Nemric, you would pick up on. You know what? Just because he can't beat a 23, but just because I'm gonna go ahead and
Do it.
See.
you all, including Flux, you all can tell that he is definitely choosing not to say something.
Do you need help, my good sir?
No. Do you?
Not any longer after what you've done for us, and honestly, that is a great debt. Thank you very much for your hospitality. If there's anything you need help with, including anything that may be troubling your mind, we can at least lend an ear.
Are any of the table members, they're not pursuing you here, are they?
Not anymore.
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Unless you know something.
Oh my god.
The only thing that I will say is
Just a hand on his shoulder.
the only thing that I will say, sir, is that you know that one of those that reside in this city, correct? That is, I believe, the only one who would ever make their way here.
Yeah, I know him.
As long as he does not approach, then you should be fine.
I try to stay out of the way. But I guess if no one sent you here, that's fine. But, if you're against the table, just know that anything that the Ecogami family can do for you, we will.
Oh.
Like beds.
We have allies.
As he does, he slides your money back to you.
Oh.
Avi will put her hands over his.
And then Fenris will put her hands over Avi's. No,
you keep
just
it.
please keep it. We insist.
Tag starts reaching for their hand. Oh, we're not doing.
If you want.
No,
Oh.
Okay.
please. Keep it.
That was from business from before you knew who we were.
We look forward to business coming forward, though, with that in mind.
Okay.
And we'll pay what he's owed.
I don't have any money. I can't pay him anything. He just shrugs.
May I show you to your rooms?
Thank you.
Please.
He walks. Even for a Fearbulk, this individual is quite large. When they walk, they move past you guys. They duck to get under their own door frame. They move out. As they do, they take some of the towels with them. They move across the street into, well, it's more of a path, but they walk across the way into the other larger of the 3 buildings, ushering you guys in. Assuming you follow, they walk into the main area. You see there's maybe about 4 rooms that they pass by as they walk down the hallway that goes down the entirety of this long, slender building, and they move to the other side. As they get there, they take out a key, and they unlock a section of the building, and they pull the door to the side. Walking in, you see larger rooms. There's maybe 8 of them available. As he walks in, he pulls the door on one of them. This one, and the ones on this side of the building, there's nobody else here right now, except for a couple of people who are staying in some of the common rooms. So you shouldn't be bothered. But you can have these, and here's towels. We also offer food if you need it. We know that I don't know when you arrived, but of course it doesn't do much for taste. But
That would be perfect.
is rice okay?
It's more than enough.
Okay.
You think if I imagine the taste enough, then I would maybe even have a glimmer of it.
I've been trying that. It's not necessarily successful, but it's good for the spirit.
The hot springs are communal. They're across the road. They're the other building. You can feel free to use those if you wish to.
I believe we shall.
Thank you.
Just stay on the outside. There's a pit in the water in the middle, filled with coals that we keep burning hot. They are what keeps the spring as it is. I'd hate for any of you to burn your feet.
Thank you for the heads up.
Doesn't
Or
look
the
at
feet
what you're
step.
talking about.
He steps away. As he does, the wood creaks under his feet as he walks down the hallway that's a little bit too small for him.
No.
I love him.
So do you think the coals would be comparable to the depths of hell?
I don't know. Do you want to find out?
A little bit.
Feel free to cook yourself to death.
As you guys are standing in the hallway, you hear the creaking of a door sliding to the side as one of the paper doors opens, and you see a, what looks to be an elven woman, an elderly elven woman, walks out. You see her stretching, moving her arms as if she just woke up. Looks to be wearing the robes of what you take to be a commoner here. A tired look on her eyes. Older than you'd expect an elf to look. And you don't really see old age catch up with elves all that much, but part of their hair is grayed, and it looks like the color has left most of their face. As they step out, they look down the hallway towards all of you. They have a moment of seeming dreary, and then their eyes focus, as if they're recognizing who they're seeing in front of them. They curl their lips, and they turn, they walk away from you rapidly.
It's like being back home.
Do they curl their lips like a sneer?
Like they just purse them inwards as if they're biting their bottom lip. Second of...
Miriam turns invisible. I want to follow them.
Alright.
Without following, just as they leave, just like good morning, and then I just like say the elvish word for like grandma.
Gunner's audibly gasps.
As they head out, they close the door to the building behind them. Miriam, do you plan to try to open it to follow?
Yep.
Okay. Given that that would be a disturbance, I would like you to roll a stealth check with advantage.
Nice.
Well, they're not gonna. There's just no way.
There's just no way.
As they walk out, You pull the door, you open it quietly. You see they seem to be gathering themselves. You get the sense that they didn't intend to leave quite so quickly, but as they move away, they seem to begin walking farther in towards the center of the city, of the village, rather. To what extent do you want to follow them?
Given their haste and anything, I'm trying to just see if they're looking more like they're trying to go alert someone to where we are, or if they're just trying to get away from us.
Roll me insight. In their haste, the best you can tell is they're just trying to not be where you are. They seem to have been alarmed by you being there, and there's a brief moment of danger that seemed to flash across their face, but the exact intentions of where they're going and what they plan to do are perhaps they escape you. As they move into the city, they would move quite a ways away, so nothing of any major event would happen. They move 5 or 6 blocks inwards. They seem to be heading... well, you wouldn't really know. You don't know the layout of the city well enough to know exactly where they're heading, but they do just seem to be heading towards more residential areas.
As soon as we get to somewhere secluded enough, I want to... It'll break my invisibility, but I'll cast Charm Person on them.
Alrighty. Go ahead and... what's your DC?
DC 16.
That's Wisdom or Charisma?
Wisdom.
Okay, as you do, you cease being invisible, you cast Charm Person on them. You would not know either way, I believe, if the magic takes hold, unless it's a concentration?
No, just last an hour.
Yeah, so you would not know if it takes hold, but you cast it on them. As you do, there is a verbal component, I believe, so you would make enough noise that they would stop you. You see their walking begin to slow. Their feet shuffle along the ground and they stop, and you get the sense that they're aware of you, but they're not turning to look at you.
Wanted to apologize if my friends and I made you uncomfortable back there.
I think nothing of it.
Do you have some other place to go? You were leaving an inn you were staying at so quickly.
I was just trying to get out of my home. I'm returning. Don't worry about me.
I could walk you there if you like. The city's dangerous right now with the Zugaiken walking around. The hunt has just begun, so they're a little more aggressive than usual from what I hear.
If I may ask, whereabouts around here are you from?
Out east.
Out east? So you're one of those who live among the, you're from Hoshokin, perhaps?
Yeah.
And what brings you around here?
Some business in the city, and, some personal issues.
Aye, certainly, if you'd like to escort me back to my home, I wouldn't mind. I would appreciate the protection.
As they're looking at you, as they turn to face you, you see a look of terror in their eyes.
Well, all right then. If you're gonna help me get back to my home, come along then.
And she turns and she starts walking.
You'll keep pace, slowing down slightly to be just off her right shoulder behind her.
I found it. It's EOC. It's grandmother. My bad.
Okay. You walk for about another 20 minutes or so, and you arrive on an area at the edge of the town, on the southern side. As you go to it, she walks up to what looks to be a relatively badly kept home. There's, instead of a door, there's that looks to be just a cloth that has been hung above the door. As she walks to it, she pulls it aside. Looks like she's about to step into it.
Right, thank you very much. This is my home.
I hope you have a lovely whatever it is.
Stay safe.
Marked that one off earlier. Miriam's gonna disappear again. And he's just gonna stay and watch for a while.
She remains there for a bit. As she does, we're going to come back to the others for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, what are you doing? Miriam takes off after the lady and doesn't come back for, it would at least be the better part of an hour.
Let him do what he wants.
I'm getting ready to go into that bath.
Sure. Taguchi, do you mind? A word?
What? Sure.
Okay.
You enjoy the baths, Fenris. Go relax.
But Fenris will bow and then shoot a look at Taguchi before heading off with Nemric, pinching his ear and being like, "You really mustn't be telling Elvin. It's rude."
What? She walked away from us.
That's besides the point. Pointing out age to an elf can be considered. Oh, you know nothing. She'll just kind of shake her head.
Sorry, EOC.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh, sorry. You would be more OC, wouldn't you?
The woman was too stunned to speak. Fenris will glare at Nemric before walking ahead of him.
He
Huffily.
follows after like, I was kidding! I was kidding! I'm glad Fenris came because I have to ask Fenris something anyway.
I will open one of the doors to one of the rooms we rented.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of gesture for Taguchi to go inside.
I'll go ahead.
She'll slide the door closed and stand close to it. So, I'd like to see that note, or whatever you found, please. Whatever led us... Whatever led you and Miriam to believe that your barrel knife was there.
I gave it to Miriam, I believe. Or did I just... I'm pretty sure I gave it to you, right?
I remember being shown it. I don't know if you gave it to me.
Let me see if I still have it in my... I don't know if there was an inventory.
It wasn't an inventory thing. We can say for the... I think you just showed it to him. For the purposes of this, I can share the file with... Or the thing with Avi real quick.
The message. Yeah.
There you go.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'll pull the letter out of my... whatever I use to carry things with. And, show her the note. This is it.
Why only share it with him?
Well, he was the, he seemed to be the person who would most likely want to help me in retrieving it. So, I guess I bet on him, I guess.
Seems more and more that's the foolish thing to do, and that was short-sighted of you. Everything that any of us do affects the others, especially here.
You're right. I didn't just give him the message, though. I made a deal with him. For the information.
Do explain.
I told him that if we found this barrel knife, I would let him keep it. In exchange, no matter where or when we come out of this plane, I want his help in returning the Satsumuru back to... I want to reverse her vampirism.
That explains your question of the little lord.
And I don't really feel like becoming one of the table if we all make it out alive. So, and I don't know where to start working on that, so I thought it would be prudent to ask for help from one of the most magically inclined of you lot. Who might have some idea of how to do it.
That makes sense. No, he's grown more and more powerful, so... That knife. I had a thought about that graveyard. When we were at the dinner, he seemed... Samurai, I mean. I'm still trying to piece it together, so I could be wrong. But anything about his family... I don't know, he seemed dodgy. I think our best bet to find a way into that place, we need to know more about his family, where he comes from, what the real history is there.
That might be a good lead. So finding the name of the dragon, or just finding out any information about this place would be helpful. I believe.
I think it's more than a game of fighting and death, the hunting and the hunted. It's an information game.
Definitely.
Buying and selling information is what I've done. So that's what it makes me think of.
Well, hopefully we can stumble upon some of that information then, huh?
We need to ask the right questions.
I'm not very good at reading people, but I can be fairly persuasive if it comes to it, so hopefully we can ask around, but I probably won't be able to tell if it's good information.
I'm not great at reading people, but watching, that I can do.
You know. Not telling the rest of us and keeping this. I understand making deals. Believe me, I do. But this, she'll kind of flick the paper. This little deal of yours and these secrets, going off into the woods the way we did, that is a big factor in what took Lexi.
True. Well, from here on, I don't have anything else to hide. So, I don't think that would be an issue.
I want to know if you noticed something. When we were fighting, Tribulation kept pointing things in the direction of or saying, attack Miriam. And yet, once he was free, he didn't go after Miriam, he went after Lexi instead. It just didn't add up to me.
It could have been for a multitude of reasons. But it was strange. He did seem to have it out for Miriam.
And yet...
Yeah. It could have been a matter of convenience. Like, he was next to Lexi, I guess. But I don't know. Yeah, I think he could have just wanted to hurt us.
True. Take out the smallest of us.
Yeah.
Do you think it might be safe to ask our innkeep if he knows anything about a Bastille? He did say it would help us. It's doubtful, but it's worth a shot.
May as well ask. He seems to be very intimidated by us.
But his family, or he's clearly aligned with the hunted, the way he was acting.
I'd like to learn more about him, but if we can't, then oh well.
Barry, I need you to not, okay? Get out of here.
Aw, baby.
Yeah. We should regroup with the others.
Right.
You and I aren't looking fantastic.
No. But what else is new?
Yeah. All right. He'll put like a hand on her shoulder as he walks by her and gives her like a fatherly like grin, like it's like trying to reassure her, and then
as soon as his hand touches her shoulder, she will just shake it off. Don't touch me.
Yep. He'll walk past.
And how about you others over there?
You're being a brat. Stop it.
Fenris, Nemric.
I'm drowning him.
Flux, who are you with?
No.
You're on your own, right, Flux?
Yeah, I didn't go inside. I think I'm on the roof.
Gotcha.
I'm glad he didn't go inside.
All right, Fenris and
I have
Nemric.
things to ask.
Fenris is just in the hot spring, arms crossed.
It was just a joke.
That's why everyone's laughing. Child. Absolute child.
Can you indulge this child for a moment?
I suppose. What's up?
You are a cleric. And from what I've heard and seen, you seem to be very prepared in case anything were to happen to any of your friends. Am I correct?
I try my best. Sometimes I'm not as prepared as I should be, but you can never tell what the day's going to bring, so hindsight is 20/20.
In seeing of recent events, I would like to offer you a trade.
Oh?
If you would humor me for a moment. Do you happen to have Do you happen to have a diamond? One of sufficient worth, of course, but one that you wouldn't mind losing.
And if I do?
I wish to trade it from you.
For what?
I know that such a thing is very worth a lot to you, as that is something that you can use to protect your friends. So, in exchange, I would offer one of my own protections to them. I mentioned to you before that I could cast a certain spell in case any of our group, well, if I decided to hopefully save them in any sort of danger that may happen. But I noticed that one of your friends is acting odd, and I wanted to, on my way to find someone to make me more arrows, potentially ask someone to grind down that diamond of yours.
I have some. That's a trade I'm willing to make. Yes,
That isn't the extent of the trade.
Oh.
I'd also
Continue
like to
then.
know if you believed if you could perform the kind of miracles we've seen happen over at that woman's hut we had just left.
Oh, Mother Tear.
I see.
I can.
I don't think that anything I can do can help your friend if he is suffering from anything, or maybe he's just paranoid. But I do believe that your friend is
Sorry, continue.
acting strangely.
I am very confused by his actions as of recent.
If
He
I were
just
to grind
seems
down this
scared.
diamond, even though it would cost one of your diamonds to aid your friends and bring them back to life, would you mind using such a thing, or at least some part of it, I don't know how much you would need, to ridding him of whatever this is? That way, I don't have another blunder on my record.
I think that can be arranged. And don't give yourself the full credit of the previous blunder. We need to be more organized. Pursuing this as we have has proven to be insufficient.
I thank you
Luckily-
for saying it wasn't my fault, but I believe that after even just a small amount of thought, I should have realized whatever would have happened to you would have been trivial, since we believe you are one of the ones potentially who are, well, supposed to be in this place. We've confirmed that I'm not, at the very least.
Yes.
I let loose my arrow very abruptly, and I don't wish to do so again. Not without forethought.
Yes, that would be advised. Still, we hadn't discussed anything as a group in that regard. And with what happened, I can understand.
I know that none of you wish to have my help, at least from what I've seen of all of you. But just like all of you, I am trapped here. And though I've been playing it up a lot with Taguchi, there is a part of me that worries that I may have to stay here after everything is said and done, if I don't at least show my worth to all of you. That is the last part of my deal. I wish you to, whenever we come to leave this place, you see me for my worth. and make a decision then whether or not you will save me from this hell and allow me to go back to my own eventually.
Fenris will pause and kind of smile at that thought, like it's almost funny to her. Nemric, with all due respect, I've been an advocate for you. Just don't prove me wrong on that front. While Aviana shows her true feelings on her sleeve, my judgment of you is not settled yet. And I would hate for that to lead to conflict.
So would I, Osele. So would I. That one means sister.
Nemric, you're very strange.
It's cute.
You're very, very, very strange. I don't understand you. I wish Miriam would get back.
I'm sure he's fine.
With Sagittarius roaming this area, I don't feel great about him. We just talked about not separating.
Yes, but who listens to me? He stretches in the water.
We'll have to figure this out. Move forward.
Right, so I am curious. I'm going to touch those coals now.
Are you
Fenris prepares a cure wounds.
He starts moving toward
Are
the
you
center.
immune or resistant?
I'm about to use my thing to make me resistant.
You take 2 points of fire damage.
Ooh, that's nice.
Did you?
Little much for resting on though. He goes back over to the side. That's probably me. I don't know if you have anything else to say.
You're very strange, Nemric. That's probably the extent of their conversation.
Avi and Heckin Tag, are you guys going to join them during your time here,
Yep.
or okay?
Yeah, Avi will join.
Have anything to say or dote on during that time, or?
Oh, the
Nope.
party started.
Ugh.
Fuck you, Taguchi.
Oh. Thank you.
Avi will sit as far away from everybody as possible. And just preen her feathers in the bath.
It's not a horribly large hot spring. It's
As far away as possible.
Brood.
like the you got like the proximity of, like, you know, indoor saunas, like steam rooms. It's got like those kind of dimensions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to corner to brood.
Deal with my wingspan. I'm not sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you have a good? Did you two have a
Sits
great
as far
time?
away from everybody. Still takes up the entire bath.
Yup.
Did you two have a good time?
Things
Avi. Nothing.
things were cleared up.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
I'm glad everything's cleared up and we're all friends.
Glutton for punishment too.
For now, I just want to relax.
Where's that stupid tiefling?
Who?
Miriam. The
So-
actively stupid one.
In that case, Mariam.
I'd like to be in a separate call, please.
Oh, how
my-
dare you!
Can I be there?
That's fitting because I was gonna drag you into one.
Everyone get your bingo.
I wanna be there.
What up?
Hi.
Do you have a particular reason?
Miriam is going to watch that house for up to 2 hours. If they exit in that time, Miriam will walk up to them invisibly and cast Inflict Wounds on them.
Ooh. So, during that time, they do not leave the house.
Alright. Would have to use another use of his invisibility.
Yeah, if you were spying on them, you would see that they are pacing inside. At one point, they do take what appears to be just a cloak, and they throw it around their body as if they're going to leave. They pull their hood up, then they pull it back down. You see them grit their teeth slightly, and they choose not to go out. They seem to be in quite a bit of distress.
If they don't exit in that time, and Miriam sees this, he'll enter the house.
All right, roll me another stealth check with advantage, because you'd have to pull the tarp away. Yep, you do so. They don't seem to notice you enter.
Does this place look lived in?
Yeah, it looks like there's not a lot in here, but it appears to be their home.
We'll just watch for a while. Once he starts running out of invisibility, he might start walking away.
Alright. You hear them mutter to themselves a bit, but not about anything in particular during that time. As time goes on, they do seem to calm down, and they take a seat. They spend a very large amount of time sitting with their face in their hands. Eventually, your magic is close to running out, and you head back. Are you heading back to meet up with the rest of the group?
He would, he'd still wait around. He'd head outside the house. And, the area that they're in, what part of town is it? Is it, like, kind of on the outskirts?
Yeah, close to.
Something here real quick. Taking a look at my equipment. Take one of my daggers. I'm just gonna place it in front of the door outside quietly, just in the ground, and then I'm gonna walk away.
All right. Where are you walking away to?
I'm gonna head back to the ryokan.
Alrighty. As you do, you head back. It takes you again about the better part of half an hour or so to get there. Whenever you return, I would presume the others would probably be getting out or be close to done by that point, so we might as well jump back in with them.
Alright.
Hello!
Welcome back.
Miriam, are you dead?
At around the time that you guys would be finished up inside the actual hot spring, you guys would be coming out and you'd see Miriam returning.
Hooray! Welcome back.
Yeah.
About time, you missed everything.
It's a shame.
What'd you run off to?
I just made sure we were safe.
Are we?
Probably.
Well, that's a relief.
That's good.
Do we need to get Avi to punch you again for you to be more talkative?
I wouldn't recommend that.
Number.
Miriam walks past them towards the baths.
Certainly.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna go eat my weight in rice.
As Nemric walks past, Avi will kidney punch him very hard.
Get my AC, bitch! I'll dodge!
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll dodge.
I'll do it. She'll at least try. Stop trying to start things. She'll walk past and go find a room.
As you do, you walk in, you walk through a common area that is within the inn building. So you see that there's a fire that's going, a pot that appears to have been taken off of it and is being strained, and you see Ifune walking towards you, carrying what looks to be a very large bowl that appears to be very full of rice. Hey, I just finished the food that I said I was... He just holds it out towards you. Where would you like me to take this?
Sorry, you're talking to me?
Avi.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh. Sorry, fucking Nemric's like, I'm gonna go get rice. I was like, I was gonna go to the room, but yeah, no.
You said, that's why I said you walk through the common area in the inn,
Oh,
and he's
okay.
there.
Yeah, I was mad, confused, like, what?
What?
I can bring it back to the group. Don't worry about it.
Hands it over to you. You see the bowl has two cloths under his hands to stop him from touching it, and he very carefully makes sure when he shifts it over to you that you don't touch the bowl itself. This individual is very gentle with everything they do, very cautious, very slow. As soon as they pass it off to you. If there's anything else that any of you need, please feel free to ask at a moment's notice.
I don't think we need anything physically right now, but at some point I wouldn't mind asking you just a few questions. Nothing major, just a few curiosities. We are new here.
I can answer anything that you need. Certainly.
Sure.
When do you need me?
I'll drop this off to the others and I might come find you.
He steps by you. I'll be in the office then whenever you need me.
Of course. Thank you.
Loud footfalls of his feet landing upon the wooden floor head into the distance. He goes outside and he heads over to the office. You're now left with that.
Yep. Avi will bring the food back to where the others are. Is there any utensils with this, or is it just like, go ham with your hands, cuties?
there would be.
Okay, cool. I'll find whatever room people are in, and I'll just open the door unceremoniously.
Gonna check in real quick. Where is everybody? Because everyone's being really unclear about where they are right now.
I'm dead.
We would have left the thing to go toward one of the rooms, right? To get food.
So then were you all there just now?
Fenris probably would have stopped Tag in the hallway
That would have...
before going into said room.
Okay.
Then you would have been there for that conversation. It's not a huge building. It's a single large common area, a hallway, and a bunch of rooms splitting off from the hallway. So you were...
So like immediately when Avi said she was leaving, like he would have showed up.
Yeah.
Okay. There's my weight in rice.
Tag, since perhaps rest is... can I speak to you for a moment?
Of course.
This is going to be... I hate to disturb him, but she's gonna jerk her head towards where the bathhouse is. I need to talk to both of you.
Me and who?
Miriam.
Ah, oh. Sure. Miriam's gone, right?
No, Miriam's in the bathhouse.
Yeah, there. Can we have the conversation in the bathhouse, or?
That's where Fenris is trying to take you.
I don't want to bother him too much, but I don't think he'll mind. He has little shame. If he tells us to get out, it'll be fine. We could wait until after, but it's just been on my mind.
Sure.
So you're leaving me to follow Avi into the room after she tried to hit me.
Fenris is gonna put her hands up like, hey, don't look at me, man. You've instigated those disagreements.
Yes, but I didn't know she'd be in charge of the food after.
I behoove you to hold your tongue in other instances. Besides that, and Fenris will turn and start walking to the bathhouse. Good luck.
I immediately regret my actions. I go into the room that Avi went into.
I assume you mean you beseech him.
Yes.
Avi.
Eat. You're unfortunately useful.
Thank you very much.
Fenris would poke her head into the bathhouse and kind of, hey, Miriam, I hate to... Do you mind if we speak to you just for a moment? Or perhaps I speak and you guys listen.
Sure.
Miriam?
Aaron.
Miriam?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Fenris will walk in and kind of sit down and put her feet into the bath. So it isn't... We both know that you both are the hunted, and due to our suspicions, I'm under the assumption that I may be as well. And my request is, if you're going to discuss things privately, especially strategies, I would wish to be involved.
I gave you my reasoning for why we went.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I just would like to be involved since we're all on the same team.
I think there's a misunderstanding that I went there because I thought the barrel knife might be there. When we got there, I thought the barrel knife might be there. I was very honest with everyone about my original reasoning for leaving the path.
Oh? I thought you thought the knife was there.
I thought maybe a possibility. That's not why I went. I expected someone to be waiting to ambush us at the exit to the forest. That's why I got us the horses, and that's why I thought we should leave the path.
Thought it was a ruse.
No, I wouldn't lie to you guys. Not if I didn't need to.
Oh, no, I don't know that.
It's true you don't.
Yeah.
I guess my next question is, after we hopefully collect Lexi, what are our plans? It seems that Sagittarius would be the easiest to go out into conflict, but Tribulation we already have grievances with.
Well, we could go find help.
Finding the rest of the hunted is important. Finding the rest of the hunted would be important.
Agreed.
Yes. Also, there's the... Gonna find their names again. Where did they go? The Stars of Ilium. They're a group that is, they're resistance against the table.
Right. It would be good to find those forces as well.
Have a rough idea of where they are?
While they're talking about this, the room that the woman came out of, Logan,
Yee.
was that a private room? Or was that towards the common area?
That was in the common rooms.
Okay.
Like, it was one of the non-luxury rooms that someone could rent.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of the rooms that we were told was empty.
No. This woman did not look like someone who could casually drop 2 gold for a night at a place.
Yeah, I didn't expect them visually to. Well, I thought they might have been in there.
So we hit up the Bastille, rescue Lexi, and then search for those who might be aligned with the same interests as us.
I have to find this Bastille first.
Hopefully with you and Tag here, we'll be able to charm some locals into providing information if they have it.
Believe me, I just talked to one for a while and they didn't seem very keen on me.
No, I'm afraid due to the nature of our arrival, it seems that we're marked, but I assume that what isn't necessarily a new sensation.
Okay, I think the one had the right idea about me.
Still, we need to leave here. We need to conclude this as fast as possible, while keeping strategy in mind.
Yeah.
We have to move as one. I worry, especially with Sagittarius territory being so close. Separating is not prudent.
Are you talking about me leaving just now?
I understand why. I just wanted to express my concern. We're already one person down. And to lose one of the hunted, no less, that would be a great loss. You have to live to find what you're looking for.
I need to get you guys out of here.
Yeah, I would like to get out of here.
So perhaps tomorrow we shop for some items. I believe me and Nemric are going to look towards getting some of the diamonds I possess ground so we could cure whatever is going on with Flux. And then perhaps while we're shopping, we can see what people know.
Your friend isn't normally that paranoid, right?
Somewhat,
quite
but
earnest,
not to that
commonly.
extent.
They're quite earnest, commonly.
Oh.
He's been writing something. I don't know
Seems
what.
like he's been taking notes.
This place is built to turn people on one another. Hopefully we can shake him from that habit. Focus him on staying alive.
Staying alive.
I've said my piece. She'll kind of bow her head and start scurrying towards the exit to the bathhouse.
We're gonna get
Enjoy
her back,
the rest
Fenris.
of your...
We're gonna get her back.
I know. But we need to better protect each other from this place. That can't happen again.
Fortunately, few of us specialize in protecting things.
Yes. And yet...
I especially do.
Still happened. Even if death is not permanent, it still takes. And I don't want Lexi to lose anything, as I wish the same for anyone else. enjoy the rest of your bath. Food is already out. I believe we're going to go and rescue Nemric from a conversation with Aviana. She'll bow her head and then duck out.
Is that just flicker from Fenris to Taguchi?
Yeah.
Nothing. You're just staring at me.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I don't blink, you see. The thing I made up for the reborn now. Definitely a thing.
Doesn't change my world, man. You're good.
Yep. He'll never lose a staring contest.
My eyes don't need moisture. They're covered in ice.
Terrifying. All right. Cool. I think that's done.
All right. Before we continue, I am going to call for a quick break.
Okay.
What?
Oh.
Yeah. We still got a chunk ahead of us of game today, I think, but...
Oh, chat.
Heck in. Everyone refill your waters and heckin' go take your peas and such.
I'll refill your waters.
Do your stuff.
I'm enjoying our semi-mansion game.
Yeah.
I had a full fight game last time, so... I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my water.
Bathhouse game.
Oh, but what wonderful conversations can we have with the rice though, Hayden? We have to figure something out. Oh man.
No, you gotta figure this out.
Oh man, all the glorious things will probably we can basically be best friends at the end.
You're gonna be weird with her too? You're gonna call her sister?
I don't want to die.
You're gonna call her mom? Bold of you to assume you won't perish from Fenris's hands.
It hasn't yet.
He's right, you know.
Like, I'm just imagining we get to the end of all this. We get to a point where, like, you guys are like, all right, we've decided what to do. And then Fenris just looks back like, hey, remember when you called me grandma? Yeah? Anyway, we're leaving and he can stay here.
Anyway, hey, Nemric's been talking to Fiona this whole time. I say we should ditch him. Sounds good. Sounds
You
good.
don't know that.
He's a
I've just been
fucking freighter. Like
you don't know that. I've just been writing things in my little notes. Don't worry about it.
I don't know that.
Still
I'm
don't.
just saying she could be like, nah, boo boo, you're stinky. Stay.
Oh fuck.
Go play hide and seek with a child, you child.
Okay, Fenris, distract him. Avi, steal his notes.
Got it.
We got this.
Oh, more like, hey, Avi, distract Flux.
You'll never get them. I demand perfection.
Yeah, but you're gonna try to steal them? How's your sleight of hand, bitch?
Yeah.
You're gonna try to not have me do rogue things? Blasphemy.
Yeah. Worst case, we'll just have Lexi do it once y'all get her back. My sleight of hand's disgusting.
I have a plus 13. Let me fucking listen.
God.
Let me pick
Ew.
some pockets.
How do you
God.
get them?
Leave my
Y'all
pockets
pick-
alone.
Wait. Y'all
I wish you
picked
would've-
my gloves. Okay, Avi.
Yeah.
If y'all picked up my gloves of thievery, you got permission to put them on, baby.
But I have my attunement slots are full. Fuck. Because let me look at what I have. What am I?
Are they
tuned to?
attunement?
Are they attunement?
I don't know. They're not in my fucking inventory, so I can't check.
I'm so sad that
Hold
Hayden,
on,
you didn't,
I'm looking
you didn't
them up.
roll to hit me with that kidney punch. Just sitting there like, I'm just sitting there like, I'll try to dodge, and then there wasn't any roll. Like, dang it.
They are not.
Here.
I know, I was really waiting.
Gloves of
They're
Thievery
not?
are not. No, they are not
Get 'em!
attunement.
Get him!
A side note,
It's what
The amount-
Lexi would want.
Yeah, it is.
the amount of tension that rippled through my body as you said the young lord's name, I was like, loud. That thing Mother Tier tells us not to do.
That thing I forgot about, I'll be real.
It's true. And you said his name during your conversation. It's true.
I
Yep,
sure
yep,
did.
yarp.
Oh no.
Yarp yarp.
Hayden might have forgotten.
You just get a sending spell. Hey, you talking shit?
Oh,
You
of
talking
course.
shit, little bird?
Hey, little bird. Huh?
Bird, yes. Little, no. Fight me.
Shit.
Damn.
We saw in hide and seek. You'll never find me if I hide.
Yeah, exactly. My asshole friend has to out me. No, he's really not an asshole. I'm just gonna
Sorry, what?
don't worry about it.
No, don't worry about it.
Stundere says what?
What?
Exactly.
If I fucked us by accidentally saying his name, someone stab me.
Okay.
Ooh.
I give you permission to stab.
I don't
Cause
have
that's-
anything that stabs. How does
I'm
a hammer
glad.
sound?
You're glad?
And we're all
That I-
alone, so I can give the stab and no one will know.
Yeah. It's like, who stabbed Avi? She did it to herself.
She was swinging her arms wildly, trying to stab me. Stabbed herself. I don't know.
Like crazy. I mean, you know how Aviana be.
You know?
That just fucking windmilling around
All I
with their
did-
fucking knives.
All I did
Crazy
was
bitch.
call her a bird, and then everything went crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Izzy.
She tried
Got-
the rice
guys.
and it was overcooked.
Izzy, you disconnected. What happened?
Izzy.
Is he might be
shit.
dead?
I think his
Yeah.
internet might have died. Is it?
Frisbee, no.
Oh, Frisbee.
Must have been some trauma from something before I started watching you guys. I just said bird, and she went crazy.
Wild. I did nothing.
Oh,
I mean, technically.
She
Bah,
started
I'm
scratching
burp-
at me with her talons.
Oh my
The
god,
bird
guys!
talons.
Guys! We started the new year in such a wonderful way, I actually burped!
oh, that's great.
Proud of you.
Listen! I get
It
excited.
never happened.
Normally
I'm very happy for you.
Proud of
Dude.
you.
You lived here for fucking a year, and I think I've seen you burp. Like, that'll be the third time I've ever heard you burp.
You're counting?
Yeah, man. Because it's such an event.
It's such a
Anytime it
rarity.
happens, Hayden's like, oh my god!
It feels so nice!
Wow.
Listen, I don't understand this release very often. It's great. Better than
Oh.
sex.
Yo, Izzy.
Damn!
Yeah.
Get
What
it.
happened to you?
My computer was freezing up and I had to restart it.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, that happened to me earlier.
It's locking up.
Once you're back in, we'll get going again.
Cool. I'm gonna go water. Give him 2 seconds.
All right, I have to get ready for the grand conversation that's gonna come with me and Avi. Ooh. Let's go.
Gotta do
Do you
some
think the
stretches.
rice is overcooked?
Gotta
don't
stretch
think
the
so.
gotta stretch the legs so I can fucking sprint away.
Yo, right, goddamn.
You're not wrong.
I might have to banish myself whenever I hide. That way she doesn't think that I'm there.
Sidebar, because I can't find it in GIF form. Fucking, I've timestamped the video of the Julian outfit that I think fucking Rory would wear in casual ensemble.
King
you go.
Julian from Madagascar?
Yes, of
Oh.
course.
Wonderful.
Oh.
Oh, what a grandpa.
I love him so much.
What an absolute treat.
I love her reaction to it.
Oh, fuck you. What is that? Like, she's so happy.
Incredible.
So fucking good. I'm gonna put it in chat too, because I love y'all. Here you go, timestamped and everything, babies.
The title of the video that we're for the audio listeners. The video title is "I buy my boyfriend's outfits." It's Jenna
Yep.
Marbles, and the timestamp is 7 minutes and 9 seconds.
You did it. Well done.
I'm helping.
Very considerate.
Yeah, way to go. Hell yeah.
Well, like, I remember, like, you always do that. You're like, by the way, that was the one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
we
yeah.
have people that
It
can't see what
helps.
we're doing.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
I've seen those people who are like, hey, thanks for that.
Yeah.
I listened to this. I'm like,
I've seen him.
Good
I wanna
people.
I've seen him around. Seen him slinking in the corners.
Lurking.
I've
Lurking.
seen him.
Those
Crawling up the
audio
walls.
only peeps. But yeah, even if you don't want to see what my headcanon casual Rory outfit is, that video is just excellent, and you should
it's
just
true.
view it.
All right.
It's a poor
Izzy's back in.
God.
Let's bring it in.
Yep.
Is everybody ready to jump back in?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love it.
love it so much.
Alrighty.
Love you so much.
Love you so much.
Alright, jumping back in. So, at this point, again, you've all been... I'm a bit confused about exactly where everybody is. Flux is on the roof. That has been consistent. I know that one.
Yay.
Everybody else, apart from Miriam, Tag, and Fenris, the rest of you are all in eating rice, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Fenris and Tag, you are currently heading off to join them, yes?
Yes.
And Miriam, you are staying in the bath, or are you getting out?
He'll stay in for a bit and then join them.
Gotcha.
Can I have rice?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if you can have rice.
If you're good.
I really hope they don't forget to feed you.
They're not gonna feed me. I'm in jail.
By this point, about another hour has gone by collectively. You guys eat. You've had your food for the day. Unless there's anything you guys want to talk about immediately, Miriam would join you in a bit.
So, do you like rice?
Oh, good.
Shut up.
Okay. And then that's it. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Avi would have like eaten her share and then gone off into the corner. So when Tag and them come in, even when Miriam, she's like writing stuff in her journal, scratching it out, and then going to write something again. She's just focused on her own shit.
Miriam.
Oh, she's pulling a flux. Right.
Yep.
Miriam, as you exit the bath and prepare to head back to meet the others, you see Efune is outside the office with what looks to be an elven woman. You wouldn't have encountered many of them, but you'd recognize the exact skin coloration and disposition of this person to be... she looks to be a sea elf. Her particular skin coloration, just because this is a cool thing about our setting that I want to talk about, so I'm gonna... her skin coloration is not what you'd expect from a sea elf from Forgotten Realms or whatnot. She has a pattern on her skin that resembles more like the scales of koi fish, like blotches of white and whatnot covering it. She has long, very deep, almost seaweed-esque green hair. She catches your eye because you notice that she's dressed far more extravagantly than most people around her. She seems to be dressed like she's a noble of some kind. She's carrying a very small fan that somewhat looks like Avi's fan in her hands. Very large bow on the front of her outfits, multicolored robes, hair ornaments. Her eyes appear to be, and her lips appear to be painted in a way that you don't really see commonly here. As you come out, you see Efune looks somewhat confused by her, and you see this woman very casually chatting out of earshot, and then just place something in his hand. It looks to be a piece of paper, to which he opens his palm, looks at it, looks to her, and nods, though he seems kind of confused. As you see this, I'm actually going to give you a picture of this woman.
Oh.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh. This game has art?
Oh no.
From where I stand?
What was your question, sorry?
Does she look like she's carrying any weapons from where I stand?
Not that you can see.
Oh.
She looks like she places a piece of paper, might be a note, might be a letter, something else, places it into his hand, and as they do, they both look over and notice you. She smiles, a very quaint, not quite familiar, but not fearful smile towards you. She bows very lightly, just dips her head, and turns, and then walks away in the other direction.
I'll walk up to him.
As you do, he's standing, holding it in his hand, the piece of paper much smaller than his very large hand is. He closes his hand around it.
Who was that?
It's, something that woman wanted me to deliver to you. Well, not to you. To all of you. You see there's a look of apprehension on his face.
Just look like he's, scared of them in any way?
He looks like he's contemplating something that clearly has him a bit tilted. He looks to be a little bit frightened of something, but you wouldn't be able to tell that it was her directly.
The others should be eating in the room if you want to join us, or I can take it to them.
Sure, if you... I don't know how anyone would know that you're here, so... He holds this letter out to you. Whatever it is, be careful.
Are they dangerous?
I don't know them.
Do you know who they work for? He
Mm-mm.
holds up the letter. Alright, well, surprise.
They said that it was important that it be passed along and that we had allies that were mutual, but that they couldn't say anything else. That they didn't want eyes on me that I did not want myself.
Kind of them.
I don't know why they're not speaking directly to you. But if others know of who you are, and they know you're here, again, I urge you to be cautious.
And we'll nod.
Would you like me to join you?
I don't dislike your company. If you wish to hear what they have to say, by all means.
Your friend said that they had questions for me, but I said I'd meet them in my office. I don't want to impose.
I insist. Come with me.
All right. He walks behind you.
I'll take him to the room.
You guys see him return?
All I asked if she liked rice, and she said to shut up. I said, hey!
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding.
Hello again.
Hello.
I
Welcome.
was just about to come meet you.
Miriam brought me here, sorry.
No worries.
Figured we could kill two birds with one stone. You'll hold up the letter.
Hmm.
We had a delivery,
What?
right?
Oh, wonderful.
I'm gonna start looking at it and see if there's any glyphs or anything on the letter.
Roll me investigation on it, I suppose. Not that you can tell.
Looks fine to me. I'll open it up.
You open it. The message that is written inside is very simple. I'm going to just throw this at you. It's very short. It is a single folded piece of paper. You just have to undo a wax seal to open it. Whenever you do, yeah, it simply reads as I've sent to you.
Miriam will read it silently at first. I'm not sure if you want to hear this, friend. It speaks of things that might be some subject matter that could make you uncomfortable. But if you're in for a penny, I suppose.
I have no way of knowing if it's something I should not know.
It's true. As long as you're willing to roll the dice. And Miriam will start reading it out loud. The stars of Ilium guide our hearts. We wish to reach for those stars. Please meet me under the Kubochi Bridge. when the time suits you, so we can speak of Bochi's liberation. I'm Aeon Okoma. Yes, Okoma. Had my thumb on the O.
Liberation.
I think that's a good idea to go to.
Do you know where this bridge is?
The Kubochi Bridge? Yes. It is not a bridge that holds any particular significance.
Probably why they chose it.
I know the name, but there are a few like it that are within the village, passing over the various waterways that run underneath Bochi. One moment, and he stands. He walks over to another part of the common area where he seems to start regarding what looks like a very old, incomplete map of the village. As he does, you see him put his hand across it as if he's dusting it off. I'm not sure if it would be named. It's on the southern side of town. It looks like a bridge that heads outside the town over one of the waterways. If you were to head to the south, you would find it easily. I was not aware there was anything underneath it.
Does he seem confident when he says that?
Yeah, he seems perplexed, but honestly so.
Well, wonderful.
But that's from the stars.
Possibly, or rather they say they wish to reach for those stars. So, perhaps they're looking to make a similar alliance that we look for. And they are just kindred spirits living in Bochi.
That, like, some could be other hunted.
Would be ideal. More people who can kill these things, the better.
That would be good.
He walks over to you, sits back down. As I said before, I'd recommend caution.
Yes.
We have been told that if we find more hunted, depending on their own thoughts, they could do the same as those who are hunting us, and looks over toward Miriam. Make sure that some certain ones of us are gone for good.
It's hard to keep me down. Mr. Ecogami. I feel like one of the questions we have for you is going to be a very simple one, but I'm not sure exactly how much you'd know. Have you heard of a bastille of sorts in the area?
Yes.
Do you know where it is?
I know that it is to the north somewhere.
It's a good place to start.
I've never been there. I've been to very few places outside of Bochi.
No, it's more than enough information.
I know the Zugai can frequently make trips there.
That would track.
If you were to find and get information from a Zugaikan member, you might be able to find its location, or maybe if you followed a Zugaikan transport that was going there, they tend to ship things to and from the Bastille, then that might lead you there.
It's possible. We could also speak with, you'll gesture to the letter, see if they have any possible ins in that respect.
Do you have more questions?
That's the only one I had.
I do. You seem... I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this. Eager to assist us. Is there some special reason for that? Something to do with your family?
I am at your disposal because I choose to be. Because this land is desolate, and though I do not know anything from outside of it, as I was born here, this place is not what life should be. And I feel repressed by this place. It is an endless dark sky when the hunt begins, with only a single moon that hangs overhead. But as of the last few cycles, there have been stars that have been appearing in the land. Individuals who have tried to fight back to make it better. We named them because of that, as if they were stars in the endless dark sky. And those individuals wish for good, and they wish to make the lives of people here better. And I have on more than one occasion lent them protection and aid because I believe in what they are doing. And they know that this land cannot be torn asunder or made better without the power to dismantle the table. But the only ones who can do that are the hunted. And so, I am an ally to the hunted as well. You are needed by the stars of Ilium. And so, I will help you.
Brings a whole new meaning for seek aid from the stars.
That... I can relate to that sentiment. And it's appreciated to be on the other end of it. So thank you. You're sticking your neck out for us. And it's noted.
Unfortunately, there's not much that I can do beyond offer you a place to recover. Of comfort.
More than enough.
And if you ever need it, this building is built on top of a passage that moves in and out of the outskirts of the city by way of a long hidden tunnel.
Oh.
If ever you have a need to leave or enter this city, this village, in secret, you may use it.
So where did you say it led out to?
Outside the village.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for me?
I believe that's all I really wanted to know. Outside of the Bastille, but that question was answered.
He nods. I'm not the smartest. I'm not particularly strong. So I'm sorry I can't do more.
Like I said, you've done more than enough.
The rice was... yeah. The rice was great. From what I can tell.
The texture is just so...
I have heard of taste. My body knows what it should be. Those who live in Honokuni innately understand what we don't have. But only those who get invited to Samurai's castle ever get to experience what it means to actually taste. It must sound silly to those from the outside, but it sounds like a miracle to us.
That's horrible.
Never mind. If we were to liberate this place somehow, do you think senses like that might return?
I don't know. But if you were to liberate this place, you would have to defeat Sagittarius, and also eliminate the Zugaiken entirely.
Is that all?
Huh.
And unfortunately, the Zugaiken have a habit of not staying down. Those who join their ranks are given some kind of terrible gift. If they're killed, they come back fairly soon after. I don't know what you'd have to do to get rid of them entirely.
How much do you know of the Zugaiken?
Well, what do you need to know?
Are you, do you know of a man named, Bareth Castle?
Yes. He's the worst.
He really is.
Why?
Why is he the worst?
Yes.
Because he flaunts his position, talks about his affiliation with the table, which is my understanding he is a part of. He strikes back and is made an enemy of the stars of Ilium. He looks to crush the light that they've brought to Honokuni. He treats everybody like they're beneath him, like he's some point of light that shines radiantly within Honokuni, as opposed to just being the young lord's dog.
I was
And
actually going to... Oh, go ahead.
we feel particularly sore about him currently, because not too long ago, the previous leader of the Stars of Ilium was killed, his weapon taken, and proudly flaunted by Lord Aroth. He's very proud of having defeated their former leader, and leaving them, for a while, in shambles. But the stars persist.
Pardon my language, but what a jerk.
What a total dick.
Oh.
No, he's the worst.
Yeah, he's really bad.
Sounds like my least favorite kind of person.
Yeah.
So if we are to succeed, we have to kill him in either way.
Well, I was actually going to ask, do you actually know if he is actually part of the table? He declares it, quite loudly. But I don't know if if we can actually take him at his word.
He says that he is. And it is known that the table members are all given some form of duty to uphold within Honokuni. He is the leader of the Zugaiken, and so it stands to reason that is the role assigned to him. Furthermore, when he has been killed in the past, he has returned with no consequence in the way the table members do.
He's been killed before.
Yes, but he never stays down.
Wow.
Sounds like the right person has to kill him then.
Yeah.
He is also the one who's insisted upon fortifying Dead Man's Wake, so that none from Bochi may flee to the south.
Why do those Abochi wish to flee to the south? Is there anything there?
It is said that there is a town that remains far to the south, that exists beyond the influence of the table members that is free from the young lord. It is protected by something, but information from there does not often get back to here. Some people from here sometimes flee, hoping to reach it. I don't know what's there. I don't know if it's true. All I know is that between the yokai that it is said ravage the lands to the south, the curse that was placed upon the old ruins of ancient estates of nobles that were once ransacked in some old conflict, and that supposed paradise free from samurai. In wake of all that, a checkpoint was set up between the Grave Mountains to the south. The Zugaikan do not let any flee there. They kill those who try to. It is something that Baroth has taken great care to maintain, and to my understanding, the humiliation of those who try to pass through it is a pet project of Sagittarius's.
It's truly are despicable men. Well, we'll probably end up going that way if we are to go down this path that we currently seem to be going down. So we will have a feeling we'll be dealing with Baroth and Sagittarius soon.
If he is a table member, he'll be coming after you.
Yeah.
In the past, he has done all sorts of terrible things during the hunts to try to draw out the members of the hunted. He's threatened the lives of innocents, claiming that their souls will be recycled, and it does not matter. He's killed children. He's burned entire sections of the village. He's desperate, and yet he only ever seems to take them alive for whatever purpose. Seems to be more interested in shipping them off to the Bastille than he is actually killing the hunted.
He seems to be, as you all say, the worst.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's absolute worst. Just wait until you see him. Ugh.
When we see them, hopefully it'll be the last time.
I must ask, as I assume you have been to see Lord Samurai, did you find yourself in his good graces when you left?
Seems so.
The young lord is a very kind soul, and we played games all night. I cannot wait to go back one day and compete with him again.
What do you ask?
I have seen at least a couple of the cycles of the hunt, and it seems to me that those who do not earn the ire of young Lord Samurai tend to fare better. He seems to have some way of knowing things he should not. When he assists the table, it becomes almost impossible for the hunted to evade him.
I believe him when he say that he is going to keep things fair.
I've never seen the young lord myself. I've only heard of his disposition.
Still, we would do best to entertain him if we can.
Perhaps we should rest before we go and speak with this woman, then.
Yes. Have you seen any of Baroth's abilities in action before? Any information about him would be useful.
I've seen him fight only but once. Whenever there was a battle between him, some of his soldiers, and one of the former hunted here within the city. He's not a spellcaster or anything, if that's what you're asking. He's a competent martial fighter who seems to be able to recover from terrible injuries through sheer force of will. He claims that before he came here, he was a man who led a nation. And based on his fighting spirit, I believe that.
All right. Thank you. Do we want to ask him anything else, or should we try and get some rest?
I think that after a bath and a good meal, I'm ready to hit the hay. Oh, dibs on Togachi. Raise his hand, just like dibs on Togachi.
Oh. I've been.
What? Someone's going to be sleeping alone in a room. I want to make sure that I have company.
Oh, I seem to have been tagged.
God fucking damn you.
Hey, if hide and seek exists, then tag exists.
Oh.
Also, he's a dad. He has to make
I
that
know.
I don't know how to get over this whole you being a dad.
Yeah. I see my sense of humor has gone a lot better, hasn't it, Fenris?
That one was pretty good. Because your name's Tag.
Because it's Tag.
Oh my god, y'all are
fucking
so
dorks.
I suppose you could say that you're it.
Somewhat dead-eyed. Ecogami, somewhat dead-eyed, stands as you guys are laughing. I'll leave you to it then.
All right.
I'll see you in the morning, evening, whenever.
Oh, is your sense of time so distorted?
Do you know what time it is?
Do you?
I keep track of the general passage of time.
Really?
If things were normal, it would be coming up on about 9 in the morning normally.
I'll see you around midday.
Rest as much as you need.
How do you keep track of the time, if you could tell us?
I just have devices for doing so. I've been privy to various hunts, and I spend a lot of time alone. So I've learned to pass the time in various ways, counting certain cycles, like roughly how long it takes to do certain chores around here, which I have down to a pretty meticulous science, is a way that I can keep track of time.
Oh, you do not know the service you have just done.
Also, I have several of those set up. And as he points over, you guys stop in silence for a second, and you hear the faint sound of just a doink as you look over and you see what looks to be just a long wooden apparatus. You guys know what the thing that goes doink is?
Yes, the things that fill with water and go like...
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You becoming aware of it, you notice that you've seen several of them around here.
Fenris probably like doubles over in like realization.
If you have those around and you don't have much to do but listen to them, then they can help keep track of time.
He's got like one for each second that passes.
Do they sell those in town, or do you make them yourself, or how does one acquire?
I made them.
Water to make those work.
And if you take one when you're traveling, it's not going to work. They have to stay still.
But still, to know it is 9 in the morning, that is enough for me. That is enough.
Okay.
I care about what time it is quite a bit.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
He turns. He steps outside and slides the door closed behind him.
All right.
9 in the morning. It's 9 in the morning. Duh.
Duh. I mean, obviously.
Oh. Of course. Well.
Those are meant to scare deer.
What?
Those, you'll point to the thing that's making the noise. Like they're designed to make frightenable pests that would be eating plants near places like this. I've read about them.
That's so interesting. And yet he uses it as... Wow.
They usually fill with water at a fairly set rate, so it's kind of a regular time. Once you get to know one for long enough, then you could probably count down one every minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Very intuitive.
I'm going to bed.
As if Miriam's trying to leave, Avi will hurriedly get up, tear out a piece of paper out of her journal and just shove it at Miriam and walk past him out of the room.
Good. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh. Well.
So who's with her?
Has Flux joined us?
Flux has been on the roof the whole time.
Flux is a roof man.
That's probably how they found us. There's a robot on the roof. I don't know what a robot is. There's a Flux on the roof.
There you go. Well, usually I would.
I mean, I feel like if I walk in there, it's going to be very awkward, given that they seem to really not want to follow up on this.
Well, Fenris, would you... She seems to be the least mad at you.
We've roomed together many a time. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You just let me know when he reads that.
I read that.
Damn. Fenris will...
Oh, I read it.
say her good nights and then disappear into the same room as Aviana.
Leaving Miriam with his own room, I believe.
Yeah, I guess.
The assassins can
get
me.
You know what? Yeah, I'll say it out loud. I was like, I'm too lazy to type it. It's fine. It's very just scrawled handwriting. Clearly she does not have good handwriting, but there's a lot of words scratched out like, you're right, I can't, at the top, but it just reads, Miriam, I'm sorry. I can't keep it up. You're right. And scratched out beneath that, it's kind of barely legible, but Miriam's well read enough. It's like, you're too important to me. You frustrate me endlessly. And that's all scratched out. It's like, you don't have to talk to me, but I would like to. And that's it.
Ooh.
It's so cute.
Ooh.
Ah, Cinderay bird.
Cinderay, say what?
What?
Not you.
Do you all, with that, do you all settle in for the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Or for the afternoon, rather?
I feel so safe!
We know what time it is!
I feel like, wait, are there any, are they just like around? Is there one in the room? It would be great if there was one in the room.
There's one in the common area. You would have, thinking back now that you've been made aware of them, you are aware of the fact that there is one of them in the hot spring, both outside of it and in the actual hot spring, and you'd be aware there's one outside the office.
Oh, what a serendipitous thing to find out.
No, they appear to be sections set up so the water is constantly flowing into them at a pretty set rate. They tend to go off when you count them. They tend to go off every minute or so.
Yeah, Fenris would definitely try to orient what time is being registered. And kind of,
Alrighty.
obviously, she can't learn that, but...
As you guys set into rest. Lexi!
No.
Oh, jeez.
What? No.
Oh, man.
Oh, fuck. All right, I'm sitting up.
Oh, balls.
After taking some time to rest. This won't have been too terribly long, actually. This won't be too terribly long after your last visit, because we sort of jumped ahead for that. About a couple hours after Keen left, and you were left alone. Is there anything you'd like to do while you're alone?
Train.
Yo, I'm just gonna eye roll this shit. Just ripped as all hell, Lexi.
Lexi gains like 50 pounds in muscle.
Still looks completely the same.
Yo, yeah. Using disguise self, I'm just super fucking strong. Okay, you said that I had like a little blanket like thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so worried because I know I'm all fucked up. How am I feeling? I'm still like exhausted, right?
Yep. It's only a couple hours after you woke up the first time.
Okay. Has anyone other than Keen been by to talk to me? Like, has anyone come by to feed me or
Occasionally,
anything?
Crimson Butterflies do patrol the area and walk by. At one point, you swear you hear the mutterings of what sound like people, because the Crimson Butterflies, as far as you've heard so far, they don't really speak.
Yeah.
But you've heard something of an uproarious argument in the distance echoing through what sound like various hallways, bouncing off stone towards you. It just sounds like a couple people, like, fighting a little bit, very playfully. Sounds like one ribbing another person for eating more than their share of food, and then it didn't come closer. It just disappeared into the distance.
I'm gonna say, even if I like listened real hard, I couldn't get any more specifics.
Nope, it
but
sounds
it seems
like a couple of...
like a nothing conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounded like guards off somewhere else in the facility talking to each other while leaving, effectively.
Okay. Would I get any sense of, like, a pattern of people
You've only been here
checking
2
on
hours.
me? I've only been here 2 hours. All right.
You've seen, like, a
I'm
couple...
gonna hang out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang out for a while. I'm gonna stay put for like a long amount of time and see if I can figure out what's going on here, like a pattern, or if
You
anyone's
occasionally hear the sound of music in the distance, of what sounds like instruments being played, and what sounds like dance music going off, but it's so distant that it's hard to really focus on.
I can only hear it because of my ridiculous fox hearing.
It's true.
Okay.
And after a while, it seems to stop. As it does, you start to hear more motion. You hear what sounds like the clapping of maybe 6 or 7 people all at once. Just a very, no cheering or anything, but a unified, just as if somebody had finished a performance. You hear voices saying something indistinct that you can't really catch in the distance, and then the sound of shuffling. The sound of what sounds at first like the dragging of feet along the ground as if someone's being pulled, and then a voice just very assertively speaking, and though tired, you hear this somewhat androgynous voice. It's been like,
I can walk on my own. It's fine.
and then from that point on you hear gradual footsteps, and though you can't see them, from what might be 2 or 3 cells down from you, you hear the sound of a cell opening, closing, footsteps walking away. You hear the sound of voices that are not Crimson Butterflies being like, "You've been very compliant. Thanks. You're making things easy on us. Though for as long as you've been here, I guess that's to be expected, huh?" And then you hear them and another figure laughing to each other and walking down the hallway away. You hear shuffling after a moment as if somebody still seemingly wearing armor, because you hear the metallic clanking of what sound like loose armor and chains moving within that cell, settling, as if whoever it is was trying to get comfortable. And then, finally, just a... that echoes through the empty chambers.
I'm gonna wait until I know that guards have, like, actually left and go to like the bars or wherever I think my voice is gonna carry a little bit more, and be like, "Hello."
There's a second. No response.
Hi, I'm also on a sale.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
No, I don't think there's anybody else here.
I apologize. I'm not used to there being other people here.
Do you come here a lot?
I've been here for a while.
How come?
I was captured. I stood up against one of the lords of this land, and rather than kill me, they brought me here.
Huh.
How about you? Why are you here?
I kind of got stabbed, and then I ended up here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you well?
It's kind of hard to tell. I think I feel okay.
Well, hopefully they do not submit you to what I have been. Keep your spirits high.
Wait, what did they do?
The one who runs this place, I have been forced to bear witness to her dancing and performing for quite some time on a regular schedule.
Is she bad?
Oh, she's quite good.
Oh. So why is it bad to watch her dance?
I am not being performed for, I am being performed at. Treated as if I am part of the scenery in their performance. I have been taken here, I believe, as some sort of possession of the woman who runs this place.
Do you know who runs this place?
I believe they go by the name Ravissimo.
Bravissimo. Okay.
Ravissimo.
Hmm.
Not Ravissimo.
Listen, it's the accent, leave me alone.
I'm sure. Well, that's French words for you.
Well...
Twitch, you hear that. You don't know what French is.
Whatever the hell French is.
I don't know what that is, but it makes me mad for some reason.
You hear that, and when you hear that, you were like, no, that was Elvin.
Oh, shit. Okay. I mean, like, would you be comfortable telling me your name?
I'm not sure it would mean anything to you.
Well, I'd like to know who I'm talking to.
Since coming here, there's many people who've tried to trick me. I have found that names have power.
Oh.
For example, I had learned that to speak the young lord's name here is to invite them into your company. Something that it seems many people who live here do not know. But I was warned by a particular individual about that. Perhaps too late.
Okay, I don't want you to do anything that you would be uncomfortable with. Is there something, like, else that I could call you that would be, like, a nickname?
Nothing, I believe, that would suit me in my current state. You can call me whatever you wish to. But if you would be so inclined, I would not be against learning your name.
Well, now you've got me worried, because you said that names have power, so if you're not going to give me your name, then I probably shouldn't give you my name.
If you share my worries, I totally understand. However, I have not seen anybody else in these cells for a while. This land does not seem to have many people. And those who rebel seem to be killed quite readily, So very, very rarely does it seem like this place is made use of. If you're here, I presume they want you alive for something.
I mean, I don't know. So they just bring you here and lock you up and make you watch the lady dance and then let you go?
And then they take me back here, yes. Until such a time that she becomes bored of me and will probably kill me.
Oh, okay. I thought that you'd been, like, captured a bunch of different times for, like, different stuff. Like, you kept ending up back here, but it's that you're, like, okay.
I fought against that demon.
Take out the cell.
I was in a village here. I don't know how much you know of the land, or if you're native to it. But there had been an attack. A large demonic woman with red skin and very large horns and hair of flames attacked a village called Hoshokin, and I tried to stand against her, but between her and the Zugaikan soldiers who fought against them, I wasn't able to do much. I lost my weapon, a holy sword I'd been carrying, and I ended up here. Rather than have me killed, as that woman that defeated me, I believe her name was Jakku Ilnorkar, one of the members of the table. Rather than kill me, this Ravissima person decided to take possession of me. And that's how I ended up here.
So, I'm guessing you don't know any way out.
My weapon is gone. And though my spirit is unbroken, my body is exhausted. How did you end up here? You said that you were stabbed. Do you mean that you were transported here afterwards?
I don't have any of my stuff either.
They left me with my armor. But I suppose that is only because Ravissimon, she believes that I am more beautiful with it. How fortuitous for me.
Do you know how long you've been here?
I believe it's been at least several weeks.
Do they take care of you in any way? Like, do they feed you or anything?
I'm fed enough that I do not die. And it's curious. This woman, when she performs, she seems to drain the life out of all of those who see her do so. So they have made sure that they keep me healthy so that I can survive her performances.
That's really scary. They haven't taken me out for anything yet, they just kind of put me in here. Or I just kind of was in here when I got here.
Well, stay strong. To my understanding, there must be others like me out there. It was described that I would have allies. And I'm waiting for them to make some kind of move here.
So, when they take you out, they take you to, like, other parts of this place? Is it like a castle? Or like, what is it?
I was unconscious when brought here, but I believe that we are currently underground.
Underground?
There's at least a few different blocks to this place. I've only ever seen this area, and an area that has been refitted to contain a stage that she performs on.
So you've never seen any kind of way out when they take you out of the cell?
I haven't seen much, just a nexus. The woman who runs this place has a very large statue of herself placed in a crossroads of sorts. I've only ever been taken out and into the other area, but there's at least 2 other wings to this place I've never seen.
Oh, heck, that's so much.
You seem very kind.
Thank you. So do you.
You can appraise my character when we are not both trapped in cells.
I'm glad that you have hope that we're gonna get out of here, because I do too.
I do. At the very least, if nobody comes, I will eventually find a way out of here. And if you are of strong character, I promise I'll take you out of here as well.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was hoping we can maybe help each other.
Absolutely.
I don't even really know where to start.
Were you brought here alone?
I think so. I haven't heard anybody else around here. I feel like if any of my other friends were brought here, they'd probably be put in these cells too.
I see.
I don't even know if they know I'm okay.
You must hope that they know.
I do, but also I can't rely on them knowing and like coming to get me. We have to figure something out. But like I said, I don't even really know where to start. I don't have any of my things or anything.
Well, if then we are at our lowest point, abandoned and left with nothing, surely that means that there is nothing for us to do but to gain.
That's a really nice thought.
I will continue to endure what this woman is doing to me. In the meantime,
Sorry, go. Sorry.
we should do our best to try to take stock of our situation.
That's what I was gonna like say. Like if like you've been here for like weeks and like you don't have any kind of idea, like any kind of escape plan?
No.
Anything? Okay, Logan. How did you say that these were locked again? Although it probably doesn't matter because I wouldn't have my lock pick and shit, right?
Yeah, they look to be pretty standard, like cell locks.
I wouldn't be able to pick a lock without my lock pick, like, toolkit, right? Like my thieves stuff.
If you could improvise something, I would say you could try, maybe. But it'd be very difficult to... Because lockpicking is not... It's often depicted as, like, put toothpick in lock, move it around, click. That's not really what it is. You need things to counterbalance, like, the tumblers and whatnot inside.
I was thinking that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That wouldn't work.
Damn.
Unfortunately, without something that is at least approximate to thieves' tools, it is pretty impossible.
Okay.
I mean, you could try. Depends. That's what you would expect. The locks may be a lot more simple.
Can I like look at my lock? Can I study it a whole bunch and see if I can maybe figure something out?
Well, you can't see the lock from your side, so it's hard to see into the lock.
Okay, then I'm gonna do the thing that I was gonna do later. Can I try? Okay, first of all, I'm gonna really look and listen for if there's any guards or anybody coming by.
Again, after every hour or so, a crimson butterfly with a candle silently drifts past.
Okay. Is there anyone around now?
You would have long periods of time where there was nobody.
Okay. Could I try to Misty Step to the other side of the bars?
You definitely could.
Okay. I want to do that.
As you do, you use that magic, you disappear and you reappear on the other side outside your cell.
Okay. Before I go towards my new friend's cell. I'm gonna use disguise self just to look like I am wearing clothes.
Sure.
I'm gonna be like, yo, what up? I'm making a new friend. Hey. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm just gonna be like, hi, I'm gonna look at your look a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can figure out if I can unlock it. And I'm gonna try to unlock it.
As you go over to it, as you see into the cell of this person, it is dark, but you do have dark vision, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you go over, the individual appears to also be wrapped up in a blanket that's been given to them. You do see their cells slightly better kept than yours. The blanket they have is considerably better than the one you have. But as you go over you do see the individual's face, and part of their arm where they're holding the blanket around themselves, because this area is very cold. It feels very damp in this place. As you go over there, you see their arm is coated in this pristine-looking silver armor that has a construction you'd associate maybe with something you might expect someone like Quinn maybe to wear, in terms of it being very knightly looking. But it looks to be of exceptionally fine construction. They have a very androgynous face, but there's a very beautiful look to them. They have very soft features, but very striking green eyes. Their hair, from what you can see of it, appears to be blonde, quite long, streaming down, quite kind of rather messy at this point. They've been here a while, and it seems like even though they've been taken care of, it's taken its toll on them. Then you see them, they have a very regal disposition, even in being covered the way they are. So you're disguising self for clothes. Are you disguising self to hide your ears and tail as well, just to be clear?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As you do, they stand abruptly when they see you.
How did you get out?
Are they like towering above me? Like, how tall are they?
They're not incredibly tall. They'd be maybe like 5'9".
I have some magic, and I wasn't sure if it was going to work. I hadn't tried yet, so I decided to try, and I guess it worked. And I'm just gonna see if I can pick your lock, and then I don't know. I guess we could just try and make a break for it. I don't know.
This place.
Or I could just go back in and we'll figure out a better plan. I don't know.
I am trying to pick this lock while I'm talking to him.
You do find it to be relatively difficult. It doesn't seem like just with your nails and whatnot you'd be able to.
Keep trying. I'm desperate, man. I want to help my new friend.
As you do so, I'd say without the proper tools, there's no way you could pick it.
I don't think I can get it. I don't have the right tools.
Even if you did manage to, I'm not sure that both of us could get out of here very well. This place is patrolled by those women. Sometimes they're there even when you don't realize.
I know. But I mean, what else are we supposed to do?
I'm gonna look around for anything that I could use to help pick this lock.
The only thing you can find is a key.
Unfortunately.
Crazy.
It's kind of a matter of you can't really pick a lock just with random bits and baubles that are around.
No, I know.
Like
I figured I won't be able to,
Yeah.
but she would try. It's all that she could think to do.
Unfortunately, you don't really find much of anything. The place is pretty bare.
There's a bear.
Oh shit, there's a bear.
I can use the bear.
I don't think that I would be able in my condition to make it out of here without alerting them. And I'm certainly not able to fight as well as I could if I had my weapon. And you seem to be unarmed as well.
Like I said, I have some magic that can maybe help me, but I don't really like my chances on my own. And you've been out of the cell. The only place I've seen in this place is the cell. So I feel like maybe you could help. Do you know where they would keep your weapon?
I did not lose it here.
Where'd you lose it?
Before I was taken, I cast it aside so that Jakku would not get their hands on it. A young child that I had been defending during the attack, I believe. I believe as I lost consciousness, I saw them take it and abscond with it. I trust that they would have kept it safe somehow, but unfortunately it is far from here. Of course, if you were to find a regular sword, any weapon is a means to fight. But we are facing an enemy that I don't know much about.
Me neither.
Since you can escape, though, I would not begrudge you if you tried to get out of here on your own.
I wouldn't want to leave you. It seems unfair.
Then might I recommend, knowing that you can get out of there whenever you want, might I recommend we take stock, and we try to gather information as best we can.
That's probably a good idea. Now I'm a misty step back in. I think I gotta use a spell slot for that one. Fuck, it's level 2. Damn it.
Have a lot of time to rest and get those.
I know, right?
Lexi. Roll me persuasion.
What's up, boy? Oh, okay. Alright. Oh god. Here we go. Fucking first roll of 2022, boys, and I got no modifier because my charisma went down because I died. Here we go!
You got this, baby.
Oh no, yeah, you've got
And I have
disadvantage.
disadvantage too.
Oh.
Cool.
That's great.
Oh dear.
You're very amusing.
Well, thank you.
The magics of this land are very strange, but interesting. They seem more lighthearted than I'm used to. You hear the sound of them returning and sitting at the back of their cell, of armor clanking down.
So, think we should just gather information, take stock on what's going on from here?
Perhaps.
Okay.
I had not been comfortable asking before, but I will now. And you cannot tell me if you wish to. Are you a member of those that are referred to as the flock here? The hunted?
I feel like given everything that I know and where I am and what you've been talking about, it would probably be unwise for me to say anything about that.
I understand. Just know,
Sorry.
if you are, or if you have any allies who were, I should dearly wish to stay with you.
Why?
If it wasn't obvious, I am one of the 6.
Oh.
I have already been to see the lord of this land, and they informed me of the game we're playing. I seek the other 5, and I hope they have not already met their ends.
She has to be quiet. She don't know what to say.
With that, with you having met this individual, I think that's where we'll cut out from Lexi stuff.
That's
now.
fair, man.
Lexi,
Yeah.
you would be brought bread and water after a time.
Oh, good.
Little pouty face.
It's alright,
like he's
Lexi.
handed
I'll
him.
help you escape. Me, bread.
Yay.
I've been brought to you to help.
Just you,
Yeah.
a person brought to Lexi.
You eat her.
Well, times are rough.
Wait a minute.
We must do what we must to survive.
Yeah, she make a little pouty face at the bread and water, but then realize I gotta eat it to not fucking die, and then she'd eat it.
Not like anything else has taste in here anyway.
You're right, fuck. I will continue to try to scheme and plot with my new friend.
All right. You're going to go back from 1 level of exhaustion as you take a long rest. I'm going to long rest all of you.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Huzzah!
Oh, thank God.
All of my hit points are back.
Flux just on the roof all night.
God damn.
Yes.
Cool.
Writing things.
Oh, is he?
Of course.
Saying beep boop, I'm an antenna.
However, you have all just taken a long rest.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
We're in an
Protect me.
inn.
Protect me, tag!
But we're safe in this town. We're safe, Logan.
How could she hug me while we're
No
while
more
we're
nat
resting?
ones, Fenris. No more nat
yeah,
ones.
the
Jack
only
and Nemric are just cuddling.
the only person who's going to gain a benefit is going to be Nemric. So Nemric, please put a 3 in your modifier window.
Join me, friends.
What if Fenris nice?
Oh, no.
That won't help
I've
us,
done
but
it.
we certainly
Alrighty.
can if you'd like.
Flux, you'll obviously be exempt from this. Oh yes, Fenris, you'll also be exempt from this.
Oh? Oh!
Oh no.
That's right.
Hold me
Yeah.
tight, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, nat 20. Oh, I get 2 style
damn.
points.
I'm
Nice.
gonna read luck point. Luck point.
Oh yeah?
Oh,
All right. Yeah, I saw that. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a flat d20 then, since that's what your wisdom saves are.
Oh, no.
I know.
That's
It's
better than a
okay.
nat 1. That's
Listen,
better
I'll
than
take
a nat
it.
1.
I had to try.
That's better than a nat 1.
So-
It's better than a nat 1, yeah.
As you guys drift to sleep, 3 things are going to occur. The first, Fenris, you once again have dreams of a particular individual, a woman who you can tell to be a Shadarkai similar to yourself. You see images of them walking in places you've been, whether these are past, premonitions of the future, or modern events. You see them walking about, investigating, searching at the same locations, searching at the graveyard that you guys had tried to enter, with them eventually arriving at and watching over the abode of Mother Tyr. And then as you dream, and as you dream a dream that feels very real to you, you see them lingering, sitting in a tree near Mother Tyr's abode, waiting, one leg up on it, the other hanging down, hiding in the shadows. And then you hear voices. Within this dream, you hear the voices of individuals who sound familiar for a moment, and then you realize the familiarity is because they are your own voices. Those of the group.
Oh.
As in the dream, you become aware that you are reminiscing from an outside angle of when you were speaking within Mother Tyr's abode, and within this dream, you are being watched very closely by this woman who you have seen kill their own, murder others, kill many members of who you assume to be the hunted, maybe the table, you can't be certain. But you regard that within this dream you've been made aware that perhaps they were there. Perhaps they've always been there. And perhaps they're there right now.
Okay.
Quick, cast ending.
Because that works.
I would not say that that constitutes familiarity, no. As for you, Lexi,
What up?
Give me one moment.
You explode.
I probably.
The moon explodes.
I'm not kidding.
Lexi,
Yeah.
as you sleep, you find yourself beginning to tap your fingers in a way that you find hard to control. Your body seems to begin twitching. You wake up briefly, not long enough to interfere with your rest, but you wake up and find that you have these sudden impulses. Your body begins to twitch nervously. You find that your arm will sweep without you meaning to. Your leg will scrape across the ground without you meaning to. You've lost some degree of control over your own body as you develop these seemingly random, uncontrollable tremors as your body shakes and moves occasionally without you meaning to.
I let it happen. I go with it. And then
No,
if I
no,
can
you
keep
you
it
don't
off,
have a
I'm
choice.
okay. Yeah. Fuck, I'm at that point. God.
That's not exhaustion.
I
You
know
feel
what
less
my mind
exhausted.
is.
But whatever this
know.
is, whatever psychosomatic effect is currently taking hold of you, it will cause you to have disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws involving strength or dexterity until it ends.
I already have disadvantage
Ouch.
because of my fucking exhaustion. Oh,
Maybe
baby.
wait until we get there.
You find this place does seem to be getting to you. One sec.
Okay. Cool.
You feel
you
like
should've
this is
stuck
the
that
result
back.
of the stifling, claustrophobic atmosphere of the place you're in seems to be causing this. And as you notice it, it only makes you more nervous and more distressed by what's around you. Aviana.
Could I, very quickly, as I'm freaking the fuck out, could I cast Mage Hand to give myself scritches to try to calm me down?
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
can.
Cool.
Avi, near the end of the rest, you awaken with a start as you find yourself becoming incredibly nauseous. Your stomach churns. You feel as if you'd eaten raw meat, and the taste of raw meat fills your mouth. As you're dreaming, the last things you remember were being at that same table where you'd met with the young Lord Samurai, consuming meat that in your dream you recognize to be taken from the bodies of those who are close to you. Though you don't see them in the way that a dream is, you recognize that you are, within this vision, happily consuming the bodies of those that you love.
It's not Fenris's stew. It's Fenris stew.
Upon being awake,
Oh!
Cool.
Yummy, yummy.
you find this feeling does not subside. For the remainder of it, you will find yourself to be nauseated, and you are poisoned until it ceases.
Oh, God.
Ooh.
Well, neither of the rogues have advantage anymore.
As you all awaken, at the end, the last thing that you hear is the thunderous beating of hands upon wood. It would be, well, by your approximation, if you went to sleep around what should have been 9, it should be around 5:30-ish now. As this happens, you hear someone banging on wood outside. Those of you that are on the far side of the building, we didn't really say where you were situated, but those of you with windows that would look out towards the other two buildings, you would briefly peek outside. Let's say Merriam, for the sake of it. Merriam. Upon this happening, you briefly look out, and you see in the road, barely lit by torches, the couple of torches that are outside the sauna and are outside the inn itself, you see what appear to be half a dozen members that you recognize as the Zugaiken. Some of them dressed in slightly different armor than the ones you've encountered previously. As you see one particular member banging on the door of the office, just yelling out, "Come on, answer! It'll be better if you do! We know that they're here, Ecogami!" As they smash it again, and as they do, and as a single echo escapes of a thunderous hit upon wood. We cut to black, and I think that's where we're going to stop for today.
Oh,
Oh
my god.
Early morning beatdown. Let's fucking go.
Real quick, was I able to hear that? Just because I'm awake at all times.
Yeah, sure. You would all be aware of it. And Flux, you're on the roof. They haven't seen you. You would see them approach.
And I'm explicitly looking for exactly this.
I want to imagine.
like
I want to imagine Flux's eyes make a sort of spotlight at whatever he's looking at night.
Hell yeah.
There's no stealth at all.
I'm just imagining
There
Flux
you are,
like
you bitches.
my moment. It's come.
I'm trying to open
It
the
is
door and
time.
I just fireball.
Oh my.
Wow.
Good God.
Fireball!
I knew this would happen.
Fireball!
How many
Fireball!
how many days
Have you
is
ever heard
this?
of a little bit of
We have a
fireball?
turret.
What?
140 divided by
And the hot spring's on fire.
2, 3, 4,
Of course it is. Oh, good.
Oh yeah, cause it's a hot spring.
5 and 20.
Hey,
Just give me. I'm gonna run credits. You guys joke around for a minute. I'm just gonna quickly do some math on some things. You just give me a mo.
I don't like that.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge that I think I'm really funny for the. It's not Fenris.
Guys, I'm really
2,
funny.
3,
was-
4.
Guys,
Did you guys know I do comedy?
It was
Very
funny. I was
clever.
just, you know, freaking out.
I just had the best sleep of my life, guys. It was great. Tagachi was there. I was there.
I didn't sleep, but I felt pretty good.
I like how.
Listen,
No.
everybody needs a cuddle.
Before we went to bed, it's just like, so Tagachi, I'm gonna go to bed. If you need anything, I have snacks in my bag. Don't look too hard. They're just at the top. Good night.
Okay, I don't.
If you want to
eat,
play
but
with
thanks.
if you want to play with Grudge Knock, you can. It's really cool. I know he's a great sword. No sword. It's a great bow.
It's a great sword.
I don't know what the fuck this sword is. It keeps on making noises when I do things. If you want to look at it, that's cool too. Good night.
Oh, I know that it's technically like swing, whoosh,
Yeah.
but I would
Yeah.
love. It's
Swing,
stupid,
whoosh.
but I'm just imagining. Whoosh.
And does that bow use strength?
I think it uses either.
Why do you want to know, huh?
Oh.
I was gonna say I want to try and fire a fucking javelin out of that bow.
Oh my god.
If it was with strength, maybe we can do it.
Okay. So then.
Don't think about the logistics or anything.
So Lexi, you have
Incredible.
disadvantage on attacks.
This is why we all need to sleep in the same room and tag
Guys,
these
I'm
tweets
sorry. I
in the middle of the circle.
fucked us.
No.
How'd you fuck us?
We're
accidentally-
already fucked.
I accidentally said the Lord's name. I
Oh, yeah, you
literally
did.
took
Oh.
the Lord's name in
Oh,
vain.
don't.
because
I mean, don't worry
Hey.
about it. Ecogami said it a million times
Yeah.
because he
Yeah,
doesn't.
we
Because he
sure
doesn't
did.
know.
And I was
Yeah.
shitting my pants.
When he said it, I super was looking to see if anyone was gonna disparage him while we were there and shut them the fuck up. Luckily, no one did.
Anytime the name was mentioned, I was just like, oh, I love the Lord. The Lord's great.
The young lord.
I can't wait to go and see the young Lord again.
I know,
so
but
nice.
I initially fucked us, so I'm taking responsibility for my actions of dumbassery. You
Okay.
see?
It can also be
Some
my
people
fault.
know it and some people don't.
It's true.
It is what it is.
Yeah?
Well,
Um,
well, that elven woman probably reported us.
Oh,
That's why it's just like he said it again. I'm just like, well, I believe the young Lord as he said he would keep things fair.
You're like,
Oh.
you're like, we love him.
He's my friend.
and Avi, welcome to being poisoned
Ah.
for who knows how long.
Yep.
I hope it can be. If it can be cured, you're fine.
I mean,
but if
my blindness was
yeah.
cured from a thing. I don't know if it's gonna be the same thing though.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll try it. We'll try it.
Yeah.
We
but
have to try it at least
Yeah.
once.
We've got ways of getting rid of poisoned. We just have to make sure they can work.
Just to just to get ahead of it with them, not to make a point or anything, but everyone's taken to calling our cell friend him, they them, please.
It's them.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Ah.
They seem pretty nice.
They do seem nice, but they were also like, maybe we don't give out info. And I was like, you're right. Maybe we don't.
They
give
also
out
don't
info.
seem of this world, of like, you know, the Vestige world.
They said French.
Yeah.
Yeah, Logan,
Yeah?
can you give me the name they said again? Not their name, the name of the person who does the dances.
Oh, Bravissimo. So
Bravissimo.
yes, this is one of those things where you would not from hearing it know. It's RAVISSEMENT. That.
Oh my God! What?
Bravissimo.
Oh yeah, Ravissimo.
I keep
Bravissimo.
adding an extra V,
It's
even
French.
though there's not one.
Yeah.
Fucking French.
It's
French.
the Ravissimo,
Yeah.
like the fall off of the E sounds like an O, and it's a silent T, but it's
Because
yeah.
French.
Oh, I hate French.
Ravissime.
Hey, hey,
Hey, don't defend their garbage
Bravissimo.
language.
Garbage language made our garbage language.
Malik would
yeah.
like to know your location.
They're both garbage language.
Yeah.
Every
We're
language
saying
is
this-
garbage.
yeah. All languages suck for
Ferme
different
la
reasons.
bouche.
Yeah.
Ta
Yeah.
gueule.
That's true.
Tu sais pas le
fromage.
The fuck out of here.
Ta gueule.
No, it's
Explain my song.
Taguchi.
Oh yes,
No.
that's Taguchi. To be clear, by the way, I mean to ask this: is it Taguchi or is it Taguchi? Because you
I've been
yourself
saying
have
it-
said it a couple different ways.
I think it's. I've been meaning to do it with the emphasis on the U.
Okay.
Okay.
However you want to say it is fine. It's a lot like with a lot of things in this world. It's like this world's interpretation of Japanese pronunciation and what have you.
Yeah. How would
we're-
you regularly pronounce it in like Japanese?
Izzy, you're up.
Taguchi.
Taguchi.
So
Okay.
the emphasis would be on the U.
Taguchi.
Yeah.
No, no,
I just don't
Taguchi.
have the.
Like it's generally no emphasis across the entire thing, ideally.
Taguchi.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Taguchi.
Kinda just-
Taguchi.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty much.
Taguchi.
I just.
You wanna use-
Taguchi.
Emphasis on the U, like
Taguchi.
ragu.
You wanna
Taguchi.
get those
That's the plural of
old-
tag.
Gucci Gucci goo.
Oh my god.
And tag
I
and tag would be his
hate
name if he
that.
was dubbed by the same people who did Adventure. Of Digimon
Yeah.
Adventure.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it'd have to be 3 syllables, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't
No?
because
Oh yeah, because
you can-
Tai Chi and like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
Tai
can-
Chi became Tai.
You can just
Yeah.
write to different. You just
Oh
write
yeah.
to labs.
Yeah, his name would just be Tag.
Yep.
Or T.
Or T. TG.
Speaking of syllables, you want to know a fun thing I found out? Fucking apparently, this is totally off base with anything we're talking about. Apparently, DMC, as of the 3rd game, they adopted a naming convention where they tried to keep every important character's name to be 2 syllables. Like
Really?
they scrapped a bunch of name ideas to try to make all like the characters they wanted to be memorable. They were like apparently made a lot of decisions. They're like, yeah, we were gonna do a big complicated name for Arkham, but then we were like, no, Arkham because it's simple and 2 syllables. Nero was gonna have an entirely different name. They're like, no, Nero, Dante, Virgil, Sparta, Lady.
With any of the main characters
love
as
it.
well, they have kind of an easy time because they're like, all
Yeah.
right, what's a philosopher?
Yeah, totally. But I found out that that was like an intention they had, and I was like, that's neat.
That's pretty. I guess just to make it a little more easy to remember it for
Yeah.
players.
Well, like straight up, not to jump into trivia, but straight up, Ruben Langdon commented on Arkham's original name, which was some fucking Eldritch thing, and apparently he had, when working on the game, been like, that's hard to remember. You should make it something easier so people can like remember his name. And they're like, okay, Arkham.
Yeah.
I love the fact that it was Ruben Langdon that suggested that.
That doesn't shock me.
And I like that he was close enough to the ground floor that he could suggest that and make that change before the ball was rolling so far that it mattered, you know? But yeah, I can... Look at y'all waking up with more maybe madnesses? Who knows? Probably madnesses.
Who could possibly
I'm
say?
I'm fine.
It's fine.
I'm so
Everything's
now. I'm
Fun.
screwed.
Flux, I need you to.
I need you to calm down.
Never.
So do we kill these boys and be like, "What's up, motherfuckers?" We lead them away. We lead them
And
the
they
fuck away. This boy's been too good.
But I am ushered away.
But I'm ushered
Oh
away.
no.
Alrighty. Well,
time to cut off more arms.
well, with that, YouTube side, I do believe that that is where we're going to stop. That is our first game for 2022.
We're all so fucked.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Rock City boy.
Thank you.
I just saw your comment, Scenic Fire. Yes, it's Cell BOI, not Cell BOY. Cell Boy.
Yeah.
Exactly. BOI, yes.
All
Cell
right.
friend.
Alrighty. Everybody at home, we'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Loved and appreciated.